Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro Series Valorant by AORUS and AMD. My name is Sultan, with me is Crips. We saw some fantastic matches yesterday, but today is supposed to be Super Sunday, but it's actually not, Crips. We have some amazing matches lined up, and that's why I believe it deserves a holiday, honestly. It should be a national holiday today.
It should be, right? I mean, if there isn't, you might as well just bunk your college, bunk your school. I don't know if you can bunk work. Hey, I can't bunk work. This is my job, but I'm so glad that this is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some amazing matches lined up for you today. Just as Salty said, some of the best teams in the country, wait, not just the country, the subcontinent are playing in this tournament, and we saw them contest each other yesterday. Some of the teams that won yesterday are going to be facing the teams with higher seeds today. Of course, the teams that lost yesterday have gone down to the lower brackets, and we will be witnessing the lower brackets later on at some point. But today, it's the teams who conquered the matches yesterday, and now they're up against bigger, stronger opponents. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what all we have in store for you today.
Of course, Team Fangs, they're the ones who go up front against Beyond Infinity. This is the first match that we have in store for you guys. Force One Esports versus Weird Esports. Of course, we got to see both Beyond Infinity and Weird Esports yesterday. We'll get to see today how do they perform against these teams with higher seeds. But next up, we have the showstoppers, Global Esports versus Godlike Esports, and also Samurai Esports versus Union Gaming Crips.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the last two matches of the day because the teams involved in those matches are some of the biggest names in the scene. Even Force
Hmm.
One Esports is a force to be reckoned with, no pun
Yes.
intended. But the way we saw Weird Esports overcome their opponents yesterday, I'm not sure if they will be able to go up against Force One, but that's just later on. We'll talk
Hmm.
about them later when we get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The first match that we have on our hands is going to be Team Fangs versus Beyond Infinity. Now, we saw yesterday Beyond Infinity play on Ascent. They had some pretty unique setups, at least on their defensive side. On the attacking side, they were more or less standard. So I'm kind of excited to see how those unique setups go up against a team like Fangs, who happen to be a very dynamic team. They've got some pretty cool players in that team as well. So I'm looking forward to that one. And keep in mind that all these matches are going to be best of ones. So the teams don't get too much time to display what they have in store.
Absolutely. And we take a look at the brackets once again, Crips. And this is not the end of the journey if a team loses at this point. They have another opportunity as a loser of today's games go on to low bracket round one, where they play a best of three elimination against all the teams that are there already. We have the Chat 5, Gunslingers, T69, and Generation X Gamers who already have their place in the lower bracket round one. So I'm pretty excited to find out which are the teams who are going to face the heat of the lower bracket, the elimination chamber, where you can get eliminated at any particular time.
Yep, the elimination chamber is not the place where these teams would want to find themselves, but some of them will do that. And keep in mind that some of the teams that are going to be fighting today might just go up against the teams that they faced yesterday in the lower bracket. I'm pretty sure that the brackets will prevent them from happening, but if we get a rematch on our hands, that will be one spicy storyline. For
Hmm.
now, the storylines are as follows. Godlike versus Global Esports happens to be probably the most anticipated match for today. At least that's what the audience poll tells us. Other than that, even Force One are looking forward to that game. I'm pretty sure that Force One have done their homework. They might have been watching yesterday. So they might be, prepared for their opponents. But before we hop into the game, let's just throw a big shout out to the people who are making this tournament possible. Our folks, our friends over at AORUS and AMD. A huge props to them for making this tournament possible, for equipping us with the hardware to get all of this done.
Absolutely, Crips. Gigabyte recently has launched a lot of gaming monitors with AMD FreeSync Premium, and that is one feature which you definitely want in your monitor if you want your graphics card and monitor to interact with each other and not give you screen tearing. The most talked about monitor actually is the Gigabyte M27Q gaming monitor, which is apparently the world's first KVM gaming monitor, Crips. KVM stands for keyboard, video as well as mouse. Also, it has an insanely high refresh rate of 170 hertz and a response time of 0.5 ms. So your opponent's head is going to peek out a little bit faster and get a little bit more time to click that head.
Yeah, or if you're like salty, you might just watch yourself get destroyed in full HD and smooth FPS. Either way, in order to make that even better, you can pair it up with the AORUS B550 motherboard, and you put that along with the AORUS NVMe SSD, and you have some really smooth frames and a monitor that can support those frames. Thank you so much for AORUS and AMD for making this possible. Well, without further ado, let's get into these games. The first one obviously is going to be Fangs versus Beyond Infinity. Now,
Hmm.
Salty, we witnessed the games of Beyond Infinity yesterday. What do you have to say about this?
I'm looking forward to the map first because we got to see them play on Ascent, and just like we discussed trips off camera, most of the maps were very puggish in the earlier stage of the game, earlier stage of the day. So I'm expecting a bit more tactical presence from Beyond Infinity in this one because, as far as I think, Team Fangs will have that tactical presence. So if Beyond Infinity have to win against Team Fangs, they need to kind of match up on that manner.
Okay, a little bit of upgrade and tactics required.
Oh.
Let's see what we have in store. It's gonna be Ascent once again. We've already seen Beyond Infinity play on this map yesterday, and if Team Fangs have done their homework, then these guys must have already seen them play.
Hmm.
Now, I personally have seen Team Fangs play before in another tournament. I am
Mhm.
a big fan of B2 and Smokey. I have also seen Maverick play, and this guy is one hell of a guy. He's really proficient with the SOA, and he doesn't just rely on lineups. He's also, naturally in line with the bow. So that's
Hmm.
great. Let's take a look at what their agent selection is.
Looks like we have a pretty similar setup trips. The only difference is the controller, with the Omen being on Marty and Kohli being on Astra. We have seen
Mhm.
Marty's Omen. It does go on those dangerous lurks sometimes, but today I guess that will be up against Kohli. And the gravity wells and the stuns are going to be very important
Select
for
your
Team Fangs, I
agent.
feel.
So to sum it all up, Manflame on Sova, Marty on Omen, Splitan on Reyna, Muffin Loop on Jet, and Vasuli on Killjoy. Now, I don't believe we saw Muffin Loop play yesterday,
Yeah,
so that's a player change that we have in Beyond Infinity. Maybe this player change will throw Team Fangs off guard if they were watching the matches yesterday. Uh, on the Team Fang side, we also have a similar lineup, except the controller that's in form of Astra. So,
hmm,
yeah, that's one of the key differences that we see in the lineups of these teams. Of course, we've done enough theory crafting about these teams, but we have something for you guys as well.
absolutely. There is a trivia that is going on in the website that is given below. It closes at 11:45. There is a lot of prize that you can win. Valorant point worth 2,700 US dollars. You know that is a lot of money. That is lakhs and lakhs of money. So go there, answer those questions. It closes in at about 7 minutes. Yeah, there is 7 minutes. So head on to the website. The link is in the description, or you can also type it out. It's on the screen. Again, go answer some questions and win prizes.
Yeah, that will be really nice. These teams are fighting for a prize pool of $9,000, and you guys also have a chance of winning $2,700 worth of Valorant points. So, something for all of us over here. Well, without further
Hmm.
ado, let's jump into the game. We have Beyond Infinity starting on Defenders, Team Fangs on the attack.
Hmm. Interesting. Yesterday we saw Beyond Infinity probably start on attack, so I would want to see what they can pull off in defense because, in a sense, those early rounds are really important. You want to get as many rounds as you can on board as soon as possible to have that cushion, to have the cushion effect, to have that sort of comfort, Grips.
Hmm. Well, I mean, if they want to build a cushion, they need to have momentum. And if they need to have momentum,
Hmm.
they need to have economy. And if they need to have economy, they need to have more people alive. And I'm not sure how they are all going to do this and how they'll string it all together. Right off the bat, we can see the Team Fangs is going for a split approach. They've got the Killjoy outside of A main, three people heading to its mid and one to its B. My implication of this is that they are probably trying to look for picks and
Hmm.
seeing what kind of mistakes that Beyond Infinity do or what kind of setup they have. They probably don't want to play their cards right off the bat. Although the spike is being committed towards a shot, they have managed to sneak in and they're breaking the turret down. So they have announced their position over here. Does that call for a rotation on the side of Beyond Infinity? No, it doesn't. They've spotted out one player outside of B main. So that is a little bit of information going in the favor of Beyond Infinity. And the Jet on Beyond Infinity, I believe that's going to be Muffin Loop, is already starting to push. If she can get in here quickly, she can get a flank in the works. But look at Maverick, he's already reached the start of spawn.
Oh.
Manflame is prepared for it though. So that rotation cutoffs will not be available for Team Fangs. Now they need to get inside the site and be very careful about the backstab because the garden area is being contested. The spike getting dropped will delay them even further and the shock darts will deal damage to anyone who even tried to plant it. Now they will start punching in the digits. The spike will be planted, but they don't have good enough post-plant positions. Smoker, though, does make things a little bit doable, but Marty brings it right back. The classic push is amazing, but that's only damage, no kills. Oh no, B2 is trapped in here. They need to double peek him together, and they do. Marty with the quad kill to get that first round in the bag.
What a fantastic round trips right off the board. Team Fangs, they wanted to give them some sort of information at B as well, where B2 took the first contact over there with the Reina from Team B1 Esports, and then again they tried to push A, but the rotations were there. The retake was absolutely brilliant, and Marty was flawless with his kills against Split, and man, he couldn't get the kill for himself. But never mind, Marty with the quad kill. That is a very good start for Beyond Infinity.
That Soa versus Soa battle at the mouth of the defender's spawn was very crucial. If that battle went in the favor of Team Fangs, I don't know how Beyond Infinity would have been able to go for the retake, because then they would be constantly worried about Maverick cutting them off. But because Maverick died right there, Beyond Infinity could rotate without any trouble. Plus, Muffin Loop pushing down the B corridors gave them extra information. So Beyond Infinity played that round perfectly. Of course, Marty getting that quad kill was just a cherry on top of the cake, but he was not the hero of that round. It was all the information that they gathered. That was what won them the round.
Also, Team Fangs kind of wanted to, mix things up. Wanted Beyond Infinity to sort of fall into their trap, but that didn't happen. Missing the shot on that one. Muffin Loop falling back as well. This can be an A. Execute Marty through the smoke, gets Cactus. That was brilliant, and this makes the retake even more possible. They'll try and close off the shutter, but now, what can they do? Beyond Infinity, they have all 5 players available. This shouldn't be that big of a retake for them because they have pistols against all these Spectres and full shields.
Yeah, but the fact that Team Fangs managed to get that spike down itself is a big deal. I guess that's all that they were looking for in an eco round like this. So I would still call it a win. If the last remaining member of their team, the Killjoy, can get a couple of picks, that will be just the cherry on top of the cake. But here's the good part. Beyond Infinity walk away without any casualties. So they retain their weapons. They probably will have to reinvest in armor for 3 of their players, but that's alright, I guess. Better than dropping their weapons. Team Fangs getting that spike plant will give them that extra 200 turret bonus, but then it isn't enough to allow them to buy. Possibly because they also went for a force in that round. So they're going to have to go for an eco yet again, which means Beyond Infinity has a chance to string together 3 rounds in a row. Team Fangs will be able to buy in the 4th round.
And this also ties in perfectly with Beyond Infinity not going for a full buy or not replacing their weapons.
Exactly. Yeah, they can continue with their Spectres with this thing.
Okay, Split and trying to overextend Fangs, shutting him down with a 1 tap. This is perfect, but Muffin Loop, he knows exactly that there is 2 players outside B main. He has to hold this position like an anchor point, because if he allows the entry at this, I don't think Beyond Infinity will be able to go for the retake. He needs to be very careful. Check those corners, double peek, takes 1. He needs to fall back.
And he will get away with murder. 1 for 1. I like how Beyond Infinity tried to play very aggressively towards B. Yeah, that Reina getting 1-tapped was a little but at least Muffin Loop managed to bring it back to a 4v4. The lockdown will probably force Muffin Loop into a corner as he will get detained, but it's gonna be up to the Soa to somehow keep him alive. Nah, they won't be able to keep him alive. Even Manflame takes the downfall. Oh, yeah. That lockdown actually ended up paying off dividends for Team Fangs, even if they lost the first man. Here comes Marty on the backstab, but the Paranoia will reveal his position. So now they're prepared for him. And look at that. 3 people are ready to peek him at the same time. And Cactus delivers a crisp one-tap yet again.
I mean, beautiful execution from Team Fangs, honestly. The way they tied up that lockdown alongside some crisp aim from both B2 as well as the Jet. It was beautiful. The way they executed the side, the way they executed the entry and got complete control. But this does not mean the end of the world for Beyond Infinity.
Yeah. I mean, उनके पास अभी भी पैसे हैं, they can still buy. And here's the thing, I mean, Fangs, they ecoed in the previous round, they won the round, but they still hold on to the Spectres that they stole. तो उन्होंने खुद के तरफ से कोई एक्स्ट्रा पैसे इन्वेस्ट नहीं किए हैं. They still holding on to the weapons जो उन्होंने पिछले राउंड में चोरी किए थे. Maybe Beyond Infinity having better weapons might mean that they can win this round again.
Cool chore police storyline over there, but interestingly.
Okay then.
Okay, once again, what do we see over here? Split, and he is in a good position to try and prevent the entry at this point, but I guess the recon dart is going to reveal their plans. Some mid-execute coming in, okay? I mixed up some words, but yeah, they have complete mid-control right now, Trips. And also nobody from Beyond Infinity having pushed A, so that is quite interesting.
Yeah, the rotation from Beyond Infinity might just be a little late, but the players who are already stuck in the side are doing a good enough job of not dying, except for Splatan, who got surrounded by all directions. Manflame trying to spam, not gonna connect. Beyond Infinity के काफी सारे players बहुत कम HP पे आ चुके हैं, so ये 4 versus 5 retake उनके लिए बहुत difficult हो सकता है. Smoka makes things even harder, and these guys are getting shut down. कोई entry नहीं मिलेगी उनको, and a 2 versus 5 retake seems next to impossible.
Now it's a 1v4. The Paranoia comes in. Cactus, he will have the responsibility of taking this player down, but eventually Team Fangs, they didn't really invest. They didn't reinvest on weapons. They had the SMGs and they replaced the weapons yet again. So the Chopper storyline which you pointed out, this is actually pretty prevalent over here.
Yeah, it's like Money Heist season 2 and 3. Like season 2 में उन्होंने पैसे चोरी कर लिए, season 3 में उन्हें वापस से चोरी करनी है. And this time they walk away with even more. This time they walk away with Phantoms and Vandals. Yeah, they just keep on getting more and more money and they never have to reinvest. If this if this thing continues, the economic ball on Team Fangs will keep on rolling forward even more and more, and soon it will start to snowball out of control. Like, look at this. Cactus के पास 6,800, B2 के पास 6,200. इतना सारा पैसा उनके पास already है. They can reinvest into 2 ops again, and they probably have enough money to buy for the next 2 rounds, even if they lose them.
I mean, at this stage, they can even buy themselves some Ryzen 7 and pair it up with the B550 motherboard that we have.
Ooh,
and get more performance.
Yeah. A performance तो उसके पास already है. Look at this. Cactus is already inside over here near the button room. इतना deep control लेके side के अंदर घुस चुके हैं वो लोग, लेकिन फिर भी plant नहीं आया. Maverick को एक और kill मिलता है split पे. That's just like extra. They don't even need that. Like they have control of the B side, but अभी तक plant हुआ नहीं है. तो वो आराम से खेल रहे हैं. Like Fangs seem to be in absolutely no hurry. वो आराम से टाइम लेंगे, प्लेयर्स को इकट्ठा करेंगे एंड देन एक साथ ये साइड को होल्ड करेंगे. बियॉन्ड इन्फिनिटी ज्यादा कुछ कर ही नहीं सकती. ना तो उनके पास वेपन्स है, ना ही उनके पास प्लेयर्स है. Yeah, it's just an extra round for Team Fangs. The best that they can do is avoid dying and giving away the weapons that they stole, and they do that. All 5 players alive for Team Fangs. Economic momentum even stronger. Finally, Beyond Infinity के पास शायद पैसे रहेंगे to contest them. Can they turn this into a 3-3? Operator निकाल ली है Muffin Loop ने, so that will spell trouble. But of course, if they die, they will be back into the economic slump again.
Absolutely. I mean, the operator is a pretty big investment. We need to find out how Muffin Loop uses that and where he places it. Right now, he is again peeking through a shot, trying to get a pick off of connector, but we need to find out if that's going to be possible. Again, a lockdown, split and... I mean, this is the lockdown straight away, that's sure, but will they be able to use it? Because I don't believe Splitan is budged by that lockdown. He moves out and gives them an entry. He respects that lockdown again, but eventually gets Cactus. Now, this is an opening which they very vehemently wanted.
Yeah, like in the 3 versus 5 retake actually possible है beyond infinity के लिए. Cosmic Divide might just stop them from coming in from CT, लेकिन market अभी भी काफी open है. ये जो B main पे position hold करके रखी है Killjoy ने, that will be of very big importance over here because she can watch the crossing. They're starting to now pour in. They're waiting for the recon darts to reveal at least one of the positions, but all of this will get destroyed right off the bat. And as soon as they start coming out of the Cosmic Divide, Cole is ready to spray them down, instantly getting the advantage back in the favor of Team Fangs. And they are starting to shut their jaws around their necks. The fangs sinking deep into their blood, into their flesh, and chewing them.
Oh my god,
them out.
Oh my god, that's pretty deadly, Crips.
That's what fangs are. Have you never encountered a deadly animal, Salty?
It seems like I'm really short in terms of life experiences, but Team Fangs, they have quite a lot of good experience in getting themselves some buy rounds because that was a full buy again. You mentioned if Beyond Infinity lose that round, they're going to get back into the economic grave, and they are pretty much. They have Sheriffs and Light Shields. Pretty much an effective 5-2 for Team Fangs. Shouldn't really be that difficult unless, of course, Beyond Infinity pull something really cool.
Oh, they get away with the orb too. They throw down the Leer to stop them, but uske baad kuch hota nahi hai. Nice pick by B2. Does he extend further? I mean, it's just B2 and Muffin Loop. No, not Muffin Loop. Just their jet. It's Cactus. They're deep in the B side, but that's not where his team is. Like, what even is going on? Look, half the team is on T-spawn, but here comes Cactus. He's just clicking heads left, right, and center. And these are just meaningless frags. Like, they're just getting heads. That's it. They're not capturing objectives. They don't even have the spike. Do they even want to plant? Like, they can, at this point, just go ahead and start killing everyone else. Sure, these are eco frags, but they boost the ego and the confidence of the players of Team Fangs so much more.
Poor Marty. I guess Fangs have been executing B quite a lot. So, and Marty always trying to hold down A side is being stuck in clutch situations more often than not. And all 5 players, I guess he will go for taking a fight or two. Probably will try and drop a weapon for the opposite team. And he will! He will too! Okay, nice. Good stuff. He gets a vandal for himself. The paranoia will probably come out, but revenge.
Okay. Koi baat nahi. That was still a very good round.
That was still very good.
Yeah. 2 frags with the Sheriff. Could have gotten a third as well. Like, he tried to go for the paranoia. लेकिन अगर उसे मालूम होता कि उसके सामने वाला जो player है वो बहुत low है, dry peek करके भी मार सकता था. 3 kills ले लेता तो that would have been a good eco round for Beyond Infinity. They just need to break the economy of Team Fangs right now. And they need to keep breaking it again and again and again because Team Fangs, the last I checked, they were on $9,000. Like, they had the Sova on 9,000. They had to reinvest, only 2 shock darts? See, Maverick on 8,500. The other ones on 7,500. So, it's just too much money in the banks of Team Fangs. And somehow, Beyond Infinities need to start draining their money now.
You should run.
Yeah. Okay. Another lockdown.
Lockdown like this is the third lockdown that they've
in a matter of 7 rounds, Trips. In a matter of 7 rounds, third lockdown. But again, there is Smoker who gets Vasuli.
But this is such a big fake. Like, look at this. They committed the lockdown on B. They have the Killjoy on B. But the plant is happening on A. Team Fangs are getting free map control everywhere. And now, as these guys try to go back towards the A side, they will be so paranoid about the Killjoy backstabbing them. And they don't even need to worry about the Killjoy just yet. They have B2 just peeking them, daring them to come show their faces. And Smoker is sandwiching them in between. Marty finally turns around and gets the kill onto her. But he's very low on health. They just need 1 bullet to kill him, and yeah, it's just all falling apart for Beyond Infinity.
Okay. So a Killjoy ultimate, that's a very expensive ultimate that you have, which people use to really enter sites when they haven't been able to do it normally. But here they come at the 7th round, the 3rd lockdown of the day already, and they use it for a fake. They sell the fake so well that the defensive team is like, wait, what just happened?
Exactly.
Go on.
And the funny thing was, Muffin Loop was opping the B tunnels. Like, he was opping B main. Somehow, that Killjoy came in, captured an orb, put down a lockdown, and Muffin Loop couldn't do anything. He had to fall back.
Yeah. Timeout. I believe this is going to be the defender's timeout. Yes, it is. Beyond Infinity. What do you think they are discussing right now, Crips? What can they bring on the table which is going to, really haul Team Fang's easy entry into sites and easy rounds? What they're getting?
So let's see. So far, Beyond Infinity have won the first 2 rounds of the game. That's the pistol round and the round after it, right? So they were able to win it partially because they had information. Muffin Loop pushed down the B main corridors and figured out that Team Fangs is going in for an A hit. So that early information gave them the pistol round. The same momentum was carried forward in the second round and they were able to win it. So because of early information that Muffin Loop provided them, they were able to win. They kind of need that early warning system once again. They need that to be activated. Can they get it online?
All right, then. Let's see. The drone is going to spot Cactus, but nothing much to use from there. Split and... All right. He is going to peek Kohli. Oh my god, 2-1 taps right off the bat. 2 players down. Team Fangs are half dead almost. But again, Beyond Infinity, their job is still not over. They're left with pistols. They're fighting rifles. So a 3v5 is still possible for Fangs.
Yeah, and Team Fangs are also in very precarious position. Just
Yes.
take a look at this. They've got Smoker already inside B main, and Cactus has managed to sneak past every piece of utility on mid. He sneaked past Maverick as no, not Maverick. He sneaked past I believe Sova.
Mandre.
So yeah. So now finally Cactus will reveal his position by putting down those cloud bursts, but he's challenging Muffin Loop to a battle, and he wins that fight. Still needs to take care of Vasuli in the boathouse though. And if they can do that, they will have the site under their control. Wins that fight. Should be able to put the spike down. But no, the spike is dropped over there. They retrieve it. Omen teleporting, using his shadows right near the button room. But he won't get killed right now. So Team Fang still trapped inside the site against 3 players. Luckily, they have a decent crossfire, but that Parana might just ruin things as Muffin Loop. Oh no, not Muffin Loop. Cactus is kind of blind right now. Marty does get that kill. 1v2. Maverick needs to isolate these fights. Tries to pre-fire, but Split Ant is much faster.
Absolutely. That was brilliant. Again, this round was so crucial for Beyond Infinity, honestly, because they didn't go for those buys. They had those pistols to work with, and now the economy for Team Fangs is going to come under control. Beyond Infinity are sensing the fact that, all right, we can really work this out. And especially after a timeout, this is going to boost their confidence way too much. They feel like what they've discussed is working. 2 early picks, 2 informations. In spite of the fact that Fangs got so much control over mid and they pushed up mid without anybody's notice, they could recover from that particular position pretty easily.
Yep, the recovery was easy. Finally, Beyond Infinity suddenly put up a bit... a bit of a resistance over here. They're starting to string rounds together. They need to win a couple more rounds if they actually want to break the economy of Team Fangs, but I think it might just be a bit too late right now. Given the amount of momentum Team Fangs have, they might just be able to buy in each and every round if they lose, except for the last one. Drones flying right past each other, waving each other high as they do so. So that drone being thrown out towards the catwalk area is actually a fake. It might not be because the spike is still over there, but the remaining players of Team Fangs are just huddling outside B main. Now finally the spike does get committed towards the B main area. Both the lockdowns being invested. Let's see which one of these teams decides to budge first. But Fangs are unbothered. They're trying to challenge this, and they catch Vasuli off guard. They break the lockdown as well, and they end up detaining one player. Now, they can't go around hunting that player, but they get inside the site. The spike will be planted, and that's all they wanted.
This is insane. It's like Team Fangs are mass producing lockdowns at the moment. It's like a factory for themselves.
Yeah. Fourth
All
lockdown.
right,
But
Hunter's Fury comes down. He tries to clear up the most obvious corners. Manflame is stuck. 34 HP to work with. He has a very big responsibility. He gets a pick for himself. 2v3. Team Beyond Infinity. Marty can use the paranoia to clear out some corners. Will try and pick off the first lane. Will he get picks in the second lane? No, not really. Maverick and B2 are going to shut them down eventually. Team Fangs doing a very good job. As I said, they are mass producing lockdowns, and they're also kind of unbothered about the opposition's lockdown. Look at how B2 just ran and took the KJ and broke it out. I mean, it's nothing. Counter lockdown coming up. It doesn't matter to us.
Yeah, and the funny part is they had the Hunter's Fury available as well. So Fangs
Yeah.
didn't use that Hunter's Fury to destroy the other lockdown. They just knew that they will be able to get towards lane 2 quickly enough to stop it. So they save that Hunter's Fury for the later part of the round so that they can delay the retake even further instead of using it to counter the lockdown. So yeah, very good use of their ultimates over there. Hey, 4 lockdowns in one half. That itself tells you how dominant they have been so far. Now finally Team Fangs commit their Astral Divide, the Cosmic Divide as well. And this divide will actually make it a little difficult for the players inside Gardens to fight.
Okay.
Marty, poor guy, trapped in here. Luckily, he gets his vision back before he's challenged, but Cactus is up on the generator already, getting the kill onto him. They will be able to plant the spike, and Split'N gets taken down by a turret. That's just ridiculous.
Muffin Loop is still knifing people at the moment. The daggers are going flying. It is a 1v2. It is very doable. He can pick up a weapon for himself as well, but I feel that his daggers are enough. He just needs to get to each and every one of these players individually. K finds Alpha first. Kohli strikes before Muffin Loop. But that was a good attempt from him. I felt like Beyond Infinity, Marty's paranoia was almost perfect. It was timed perfectly, blind the Jet and others. The Jet had no vision for a second, but there was no one to back Marty over there, and that just became the impending doom for Team Beyond Infinity. Team Fangs are just so good in their attacks.
Just a small correction, Salty. I would just like to correct you on that one fact. Muffin Loop is a girl, so we've been referring to her as a he up until now. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies to Muffin Loop as well. He will use the proper pronouns now. This time it seems to be a pretty fast commitment towards the B side for Team Fangs, and they only have the 2 duelists present over here, so they're really not trying to commit, but they've used up both their Leas. They're hoping to draw in a fake while the rest of their teammates try to walk up catwalk. Will they be able to sell this fake though? Even if they don't, it's okay because they keep the players of Beyond Infinity still huddled up inside markets, and this allows Kohli to sneak up towards catwalk, get the kill onto Split'N. The star will be committed so that they can put down the Nebula and make sure they can sneak through.
Oh,
but
no.
Smoke is trying to push through on Smoke, and he just walked past another player. Hello? Marty walked past them, and they walked past him. They exchanged positions, and finally Marty will realize what just happened. He knows Smoke is over there as well, but he doesn't want to challenge him right now. Smoke, revealing his back to the enemy, ends up giving up his life. That was a questionable play, but hey, Beyond Infinity make it work. Good job by Marty over there. Smoke shenanigans is really strong for him. And he can now hold across to stop to stop Maverick from going through. But here comes B2. He's already towards heaven. In the site, might just make things a little problematic, and Maverick wins the duel. It's all down to Vasily. Big responsibility on his shoulders as he needs to dig deep. But B2 Fangs, they will not let him do any of that. They lead 9-3 right now.
9-3. That is a very good lead for Team Fangs, honestly. Yeah, lot of job for Beyond Infinity at this point. I mean, this is something which happened yesterday, right, Crips? You remember? We talked about this again and again. Why did they put up a smoke and move towards heaven? Similar tactics, similar repercussions.
Yeah. Something like this happened yesterday as well, but I don't know. I feel like if you kind of want to do that play, and if you want to keep on doing it again and again, you need Manflame to provide that information to you using the recon dart or maybe the drone. Then maybe you can push through the smoke because then you have a little bit of information to work with. This time Marty walks right past you and you had no idea, and that kind of puts you in a very difficult situation.
The only reason why she probably rushed in because she deployed the alarm bot and didn't trigger. So she she probably thought that there was nobody.
Could be, but then again, it kind of bamboozled yourself, right? Oh my god. Okay, take a look at this. We have Team Fangs who are trying to take aggressive control of B main, but Beyond Infinity have Muffin Loop already present towards market, and it's not like she's trying to hide her position. She's very much aware about this. The star will be committed to draw her out into the open. Split'N tries to back up his teammate, but the trade will come through. It's still a 4v4, so they have plenty of time, and at this point, they start going back towards the A main area. But take a look at this. We have Cactus is already pushed up B main and into B link. He might be able to provide valuable information to his team and also pick off Muffin Loop, who had no idea that she was already getting backstabbed. Now, Beyond Infinity, their jig is already up.
no.
Team Fangs are already aware about this, and as they walk into the site, they are going to be greeted by a bunch of players who are ready to put the spike down on the ground and stop them from retrieving it. Oh, a dirty kill with the shock dart as well. Marty's going to be really disappointed with that one. Vasuli trapped in the winery, gets triple peeked, and no way he's getting out alive with that.
This is Smoka's hunting ground, Crips. We are living his era because the way the Astra's pull as well as the swarm grenades were paired up, you get vulnerable and you get teared down. He knew exactly. But again, I felt like the biggest impact on that round was Cactus because the way he rotated and the way he got the kill onto Muffin Loop, that was the most important point. Beyond Infinity had no idea, and I felt like Muffin Loop held that angle for so long that she shouldn't have been comfortable doing it, but eventually the impending doom was there.
I don't know how impending it might be now. They already have the killjoy snuck up into the B main corridor, and Fangs are going really aggressive towards mid. They're trying to push into B link. This might just be a bit too over ambitious, but B2 walks away with murder, doesn't get traded out. More layers to come through, and Smokey also pushes B main. They're getting pinched over here. Muffin Loop does get a nice one tap onto Cactus, but she's all the way up on high mid. Not much that she can do to rescue her teammate. And they're split apart right now, so no trading potential as well.
That was a quick round. That was very quick from Team Fangs. They just rushed in YOLO and completely butchered down the opposition. I mean, that makes sense because they had the better weaponry out of the two, but Beyond Infinity, they're 1 foot into the grave, Crips. I mean, sure, there can be an amazing comeback, but if a comeback is there, I guess we need to write home about it because if a comeback is possible right now, it has to be a miracle.
I wouldn't say miracle. I mean, I think they can mount a comeback. Of course, it's a long and very difficult comeback, but it is not completely out of the window. Finally, they have enough weapons. But Team Fangs, look at the way they're pushing up A main. So many players just trying to fight over here. Manflame with only one, but the rest of them get away with it. No trades coming through except for this 4v4. And Team Fangs still want to continue? By the looks of it, they are very keen on challenging this fight. And they might just end up paying the price for it. If Team Fangs keep feeding into Beyond Infinity like this, a comeback definitely is on the books. But here comes yet another trade. They kill the spike carrier, but that's all right. They don't know where the other two teammates are. Now here's the gist. Fangs have control of mid. The turret going off on on B might just indicate to them that they are going in for a B hit, but the spike isn't there yet. So because these guys are towards market already, they can stop the two people from entering the site. But if they kill those two players, it's still okay because the spike hasn't been revealed yet. No, wait, Marty has just arrived. Now they have the spike spotted, but they make their way into the waters. Spike will be planted without any problems, and the retake will be difficult. So maybe Beyond Infinity can still walk away with this round.
Yeah. B2 is in a good position.
Oh, no.
Smoker and B2, they pair up. It is a 1v2 right now and should be easy. Will Smoker get the kill? No! He clutches up. This is a quad kill for him. Sure, they had advanced weaponry, but this is Marty. And again, a quad kill. We saw Marty pull off a quad kill right in first round. And he is showing his promise here again.
Really good job by Beyond Infinity. Team Fangs played very aggressively in the previous round, won it because they had the weaponry advantage, but I guess they got a little too overambitious this time. Trying to push up A main was not a bad idea in itself, but continuing to push over there when Beyond Infinity were prepared for that push, yeah, that's overconfidence and they end up paying the price for it. This might just allow Beyond Infinity to win a couple more rounds because Fangs are not having the best weaponry. They do have 2 Spectres and a couple of Sheriffs, so it's a mixed buy from them. Can Beyond Infinity punish this?
Okay then, the Jet trying to get some sort of information and then falling back immediately.
Yeah, I guess that will be the end of their A-long aggression. They've done it in the past, they don't want to do it again. Muffin Loop already sneaking up Catwalk, but she's the only one. And there's no trading potential. It's okay, she doesn't need to get traded out. Cactus doesn't have anyone to back him up as well. Finally, Maverick tries to challenge her as well, and of course she's gonna win these 1v1 duels. There is no trading potential on Fangs, but even Muffin Loop has no backup. Now she finally does, as her teammates try to come in from A main, but they get shut down by B2 and Kohli. So Muffin Loop does have control of the site for now, but where is the spike? It's down on A main. And this is going to be a difficult one to retrieve because Fangs have repositioned already. They need to
Yeah.
regroup and hit it with everything they've got.
They're gonna be so paranoid about Smoker's position. Anyone
Yeah.
trying to be, too cheeky on
30
on
seconds
catwalk
left.
might be neutralized by Smoker, but here's Team Fangs. They're guarding the spike with everything they've got because they don't want to give it away. They have control of it and they have control over everything else.
Yeah. At least they get back control of the spike, but there's very little time left. They're going to have to force their way into the site, and all that Fangs need to do is delay them. Spike will be killed once again as Muffin Loop drops it. No, nothing is going to happen for Team Beyond Infinity right now. They had a really good opening that Muffin Loop created for
Yes.
them. And let's be honest, Muffin Loop had no backup over there. So if she died, there was nobody to trade her out. But she got both of those kills all by herself. So really good job by Muffin Loop creating that opening for her team. But her teammates ended up dropping the spike on A main. And that's where the round crumbled. I feel kind of bad for her right now because she did so much, but still, no cigar.
True that. 4-12 trips. Team Fangs would want to finish this quick, but... And also, I guess Beyond Infinity, they don't have a lot of weaponry, but they don't need weaponry. Muffin Loop as well as Splitan. They double up, they finish up Team Fangs. 2 players are down already, and B2 has pushed up. Sova has no idea. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't. Muffin Loop comes to the rescue, but no, B2 gets both of them.
At least he didn't get knifed, so that was like something.
I didn't think he would go for the knife. I thought that he would just, go for some cheeky little thing. Might walk up right next to him, but...
That's alright. Oh, Smoker not connecting that spray gives Beyond Infinity the opening that they needed. Really good opening created by Muffin Loop and Splitan over there, but yeah, B2's pushes might just have ruined it for them. At least they managed to get the spike down once again, so that's nice. Team Fangs in a 2v3 retake definitely don't have enough utility to make this thing work. They do have all the recon darts and drones available, but no ultimates on any of them. At least they know where the AWP is now, so they're going to be careful on the cross. But Splitan still picks off Maverick. It's just B2 now. He got the first 2 kills of the round. He's going to have to get all 3 to complete the ace clutch and win the round out for his team. But he knows now that all 3 of them are in the back site. Doesn't matter if he gets splashed. And that was a very funny kill. It's alright, B2 did not even try to fight that one. He knew he was dead the moment he entered that water area. So, that's alright, but hey, if Fangs keep on throwing curveballs like this every now and then, if they keep on doing these silly pushes and catching Beyond Infinity off guard, they might just be able to keep disrupting Beyond Infinity enough to eventually break their economy, to eventually break their confidence, and let's be honest, they only need to break it once. So, it's alright if Fangs lose this one.
Yep, true. We have seen the outcome of a team winning a lot of rounds and then losing quite a lot on our back of it and then completely losing confidence and shattering. So Beyond Infinity are probably looking for that. Highs and hellos going over there.
Cheeky positions. 2 players inside Winery now. I've not seen that before.
But
They might
again,
expect one, but they probably will not expect both of them.
yeah. But Beyond Infinity have been covering that way too much. So I don't think that that should be a really big curveball for them. And look at that. They've been checking this position. 2 players revealed. B2 willing to peek.
No. Only 1 player got revealed. Only B2 got revealed. So Cactus can still bait him out. Gets the kill onto Muffin Loop. Retrieves the gun for the second one as well. The Cloudburst might just allow him to get back to safety. Even Kohli's here to cover him. And he pulls down a couple of stars. Pulls them in to make sure that his teammate can get in safely. Shock darts exchange, but that doesn't really matter at this point. They have the man advantage that they wanted.
Pulling them in. Or pulling them in. I generally prefer to call it pulling them in.
Can you stop imitating their accents? Salty, it's really cringe.
30 seconds left.
Very little time. Oh, nice pick by Splitan. This might just get him into the side. He doesn't check that angle.
Oh no! I guess he did. 2v2 right now. Beyond Infinity have complete side control. I believe Cactus and Smoker have a lot to do with this particular point.
Yeah, but them being, Cactus being towards A main will mean that they have no place to run. And that lockdown covers the entire site. They're gonna have to challenge either one of them. They can't stay in the site, otherwise they will both get denied and detained, and they both get detained. This is just the end. Cactus played that round to perfection. First of all, baiting his teammate over there to stay hidden inside binary and get 2 kills, gets back to safety as well. After that, he stayed over there. He stayed on A main. And as soon as these guys got into the site, his teammate was like, no problem, I'll put down that lockdown. And they needed to challenge one of them. Like, if they want to hide in A main, they have to kill Cactus. If they want to get away from the lockdown, they have to go to A main. Or they're going to have to fight the player who put down that lockdown. And they couldn't destroy it in time. They both got detained, and it's just a very embarrassing way to die. Really good game by Team Fangs. They understood what Beyond Infinity were doing, and to some extent, they manipulated Beyond Infinity into playing the way that Fangs wanted them to.
So, all right. So, are you seeing the Team Fangs like Doctor Strange, and they have already figured out all the ways that Beyond Infinity can play, and they know the reality, and they have the win conditions straight, and that's how they got all the strats counter-stratted by themselves.
I mean, that's one way to put it. I mean, if you're talking about Doctor Strange, I need to point out that Muffin Loop had their win condition down to the T. Every time every time Muffin Loop's team was able to win was because of her pushes. And she was not pushing to just get kills. I mean, she was getting kills, but that was just an extra added bonus. Her main objective was to push to get information. And every time she pushed, every time they got that information, they were able to position themselves well. And on the rounds where she wasn't allowed to push, where she wasn't able to do it, Fangs were just having their way. So that kind of worked against Beyond Infinity. And it's not like Beyond Infinity were not able to do a lot. Like on the rounds when they were able to win, they had full control. I guess if they played a little more aggressively and a little more confidently, they could have had this game in the bag instead of letting Fangs, have the control of doing whatever they wanted.
Good job to both Marty and Muffin Loop. They did try a lot. But now we're going to look at the match highlights and look at what really worked for both Fangs and in the few rounds where Beyond Infinity did win. So take a look at the match highlights, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and in those highlights, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a lot of lockdowns. And let's be honest, some of those rounds that these
it's
guys
lockdown in reality. So it's not like the game is going to be any different.
Yeah, I mean, some of the rounds that Beyond Infinity were able to win were eco rounds, and I'm really impressed by the amount of raw skill that they have. And see, in these rounds where Muffin Loop pushes and they get early information, they were able to make things work. They were able to get early information and tip on it. Sometimes Fangs was able to punish it. Sometimes they were not able to do it, but that doesn't mean you don't do it at all. That doesn't mean you give Fangs the freedom that they want.
Interesting, but again, the way Team Fangs use their ultimates, the way they use the utilities were pitch perfect. I felt like this is the way most of the teams should play. And I mean, they do play. I mean, this is the way I will play in my ranked games if I would want to get some good wins under my belt. But that's...
Okay, sure. I mean, okay, just talking about this round itself, we had Team Fangs using their 2 duelists, the Reyna and the Jet, to push up into B main, while the rest of the team was towards A. And after they got those picks, then they got the spike towards the B side. Otherwise, they were not even planning to go towards B. They just got the picks for free, and at this point, they were able to surround Team Beyond Infinity from both the sides, just sandwich them on the defender spawn. So that was kind of working in their favor. Team Fangs had a lot of map control to work with, a lot of economic momentum as well, and also way too many lockdowns. 4 lockdowns in a single half, like what is that? That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I even stopped counting after the first half, honestly, because there were too many lockdowns. But this round specifically was so interesting because Beyond Infinity got few early picks, but then Team Fangs, they used their mid control to perfection, got into sight, and then purely got the round on the back of it. Interesting rounds here as well. We got to see some Hunter's Fury, Beyond Infinity. They did get some interesting kills over here, but couldn't really get the round in their bag. And this was the moment where Team Fangs really started to roll down and, get more and more rounds under their belt and almost get the eventual victory.
Yeah. Valiant effort by Muffin Loop. She was almost always successful whenever she tried to take aim duels. She was getting kills left, right, and center. And I would say that her and Marty were the MVPs of their team. But unfortunately, on some occasions, they were just unable to convert those opening kills into victories. Like, for example, this round. This was so funny how Marty was able to get behind them in the same smoke and they walked past each other. And Smokey was aware of the fact that Marty is behind him, but he had so much information, so much sound towards heaven as well that he was just confused which fight to take first.
True. Again, some interesting facts. I mean, there were a lot of counters, there were a lot of trades, but eventually it was Team Fangs always coming on the right end of things most of the rounds. And when trades go in your favor, Crips, I don't even think you need anything more than that.
Yeah, when trades go in your favor, you don't need more than that. You got triple peaked. Fangs just trying to continue the momentum. Just really feeling the confidence, pushing B Link as well, pushing B main as well, trying to sandwich Beyond Infinity on the spawn. But I mean, this round they're going to win because of their pushes, but in the next round, Beyond Infinity punish those pushes and they make it work for them. They're going to overextend into a main and Marty's going to be able to pick them off, giving them the eventual man advantage that Beyond Infinity needed to win that. And it did look scary, but then Marty once again clutched out this 1v2, which was one of the best moments of the game.
Yep, 2 one-taps. Not one tap, sure, but 2 headshots continuously. But after that, Beyond Infinity, they didn't have much to answer the questions that Team Fangs posted. This one time, they completely, sucked up all the time they had. The clock was ticking, no time left, and eventually they got the kills. And this wasn't the last round. After this, we'll get to see the last round. This was a comical moment, but B2, he could have been there in a very weird situation if Muffin Loop got the kill, and B2 couldn't do anything about it.
This whole round was very funny from B2, like entertainment value to the max. And in this round as well, he gets baited by his own teammate, which is fine because Cactus is able to then get Muffin Loop, get the kill onto Manflame as well. Kohli comes in to rescue him. And then what happened after that is just funny. They both get detained by that lockdown. Cactus continues to stay towards A main and Smokey just traps them into a corner. And a cornered mouse is almost never able to fight back. So really good job by
Mouse
Fangs.
found that? Mouse? I mean,
cornered mouse never fights. Have you never seen Tom and Jerry?
Yeah, right. But it's almost Jerry who wins. Tom never really wins. Tom is not even close to. I mean, let's just.
Thank you for ruining my jokes. I love this boy. Anyway, Team Fangs loved the way how they were able to manipulate Beyond Infinity into doing their bidding. A manipulative, toxic relationship, kind of like the ones that we have. But that's a joke for another day. That's additional damage as well.
I like to poke at Crips more often than not. Yeah, that's what he's referring to.
तू बाद में मिल मुझे देखता हूँ मैं तेरे को. Either way, thank you guys so much for watching this one. No thanks to you, Salty, for bloody. I'll deal with you later. Thank you so much, guys, for watching this match. We're gonna head on to a short break, but don't worry, we'll be back with more entertaining games as we've got plenty of Valorant action in store for you today. You guys have been watching the Pro Series Valorant powered by AORUS and AMD. My name is Crips. I have Mr. Toxic Salty with me over here, but we'll be back with more entertaining games of Valorant for you. Go ahead and get your popcorn again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro Series Valorant, powered by AORUS and AMD. My name is Salty, and with me is Crips. I mean, after a lot of banter, we are back again, and I'm pretty sure that you have got your coffee as well. We have some amazing matches lined up. What are your thoughts about it, Crips?
I'm really excited for the next one we have. It's been a while since I've casted a game for Force One Esports, and
Mm-hmm.
these guys have been putting up some good performances in the past. They're on the way upwards, so I kind of want to see them do well in this tournament as well. They're gonna be up against Weird Esports next, and yesterday Weird Esports, as the name suggests, had a very weird game. Was this the team that was battling a 4v4?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was this team. So I hope they
Mm.
don't have any internet issues again where their player disconnects in the middle of a match. I mean, to be fair, they were also up against a team who had a player disconnection in the middle of the match. So somehow it went from a 5v5 to a 4v4, which is that's this is so weird to cast. And I mean, they lived up to their name. I hope
Hmm.
today we have a sensible game, and they will need all their wits about them because Force One is indeed a force to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm. True, true. But again, what we saw from Weird Esports, I feel like Sasmi on the Phoenix was very crucial for them, especially after he disconnected. They didn't really have that upper hand in the game, but throughout the match's contributions were very high. So I'm expecting something of the same in this match as well. I haven't seen Force One play, but I've definitely heard their name. So I want to know from you, Crips, what do you think their style of play is? You mentioned you've casted them before. So do you think
I'm
these?
not.
I mean, do you think Weird Esports really come in with a good chance of winning the game against them?
I've not casted any games of Force One before, but I have
Mm-hmm.
seen them play. So
Okay.
these guys, first of all, are very strong in terms of their firepower. They have their basics down to the wire. There's almost never a round where they don't trade each other out. Almost never a round where they make mistakes which are questionable. They
Hmm.
might lose duels here and there, but they never ever fail to trade each other out. So you gotta be very careful about pushing them individually because they will take you down. If
Hmm.
not one of them, the other one definitely will. The tactical style is, being upgraded every day. And I see them trying out new stuff every now and then. So I'm sure that they will have some innovations now as well. Or maybe not in this match. Maybe they're trying to hide their stats and, save it for the future rounds. But if they decide to pull off any of those pocket strats, then Weird Esports is going to have to deal with them in a creative way of their own. So that's
Yep.
what I can say about Force One Esports. Their duo synergy has been really good, and they usually do split up in duos with like one player on the lurk or maybe holding mid. So on the defense, they don't have anything special. It's usually a 2-on-2, depending on the map. But on the attacking side, they almost always make sure that they have the lurks down in place, and they make sure that nobody else can trade them out. That's what I have to say about Force One. And we already seen how Weird Esports play yesterday. So yeah.
Interesting. If you also want, I mean, you spoke about trading. If you want your monitor and your graphics card to trade off well, you need to have AMD Freezing Premium, and that is built in the Gigabyte M27Q. This is the world's first KVM monitor, ladies and gentlemen. It refers to keyboard, video, and mouse. It has a refresh rate, I mean, an insane refresh rate of 170 hertz. I mean, if I'm going to be using this monitor, I will watch myself get dinged at a very high refresh rate, but you guys can use it to get some cool frags for yourself. It has a response time of zero point 0.5 ms as well. So there you have it, a lot of advantages on your side. And also, you can pair it up with a B550 Pro Series motherboard. I guess using that motherboard, you can get yourself some Ryzen 7 on the higher end. And also for some budget builds, you can use some Ryzen 3 processors. So you have all the versatility, you have the features of a top of the line motherboard in your budget.
Yeah, now all you need are skills, and you can improve your skills by watching these professional matches and learning a thing or two from these players. Of course, learn it from the players, don't learn it from Salty. So beware, don't say I didn't warn
Hmm.
you. And I just love throwing shade on this guy. It's okay. It's our little thing. Either way, there's not gonna be a lot of time before the matches start. So before we hop into the matches, let's take a look at what's at stake. We'll take a look at the brackets and see what these teams are playing for.
Interesting. Team Fangs. They did win against Beyond Infinity Esports. Now, Beyond Infinity, they have one last chance at redemption. I mean, this comes after their first victory against Chat 5, but here they are in the lower bracket, battling against the Chat 5 again. So this is a rematch,
Really?
going to be an elimination chamber match, best of 3. Whoever loses goes back home, Crips.
Damn, I did not expect a rematch. All right, then this is gonna be so masaledar. I kind of want to see this game now. I kind of want to see the lower bracket matches as well, and it's gonna be a best of 3 as well. So in the future, Team Fangs. I'm sorry, not Team Fangs. Beyond Infinity is gonna face Chat 5, who they've already defeated in Ascend yesterday with a scoreline of 13-8. But now they're gonna have to beat them on the other maps as well in order to progress ahead in the tournament. But for now, the match that we're going to be witnessing is Force One Esports versus Weird Esports. The team that goes ahead will progress ahead in the tournament again in the best of ones bracket. The team
Hmm.
that goes down in this bracket will face the teams in the lower bracket. So you've already seen the brackets, you know what's at stake, you know what these teams are playing for. You also know that this match is going to, so the teams are going to have to give it their all in a very short span of time. The teams that win this tournament have a chance of walking away with the lion's share of the $9,000 prize pool. But hey, these guys are not the only ones winning. You can win something too.
Absolutely. There is also trivia going on a website that is going to be flashing on your screen. The description has the website as well. You can click on the link and go to the website, answer some very simple questions, and win Valorant points worth 2,700 USD. That is a lot of money and a lot of Valorant points and a lot of probably battle pass skins and also prime vandals. Prime vandals are something which helped me get frags. I'm pretty sure you have the skills to do that with normal vandals as well, but having skin makes you look a bit more fancy.
Of course it does. I mean, sometimes it does feel like aimbot, but then it's just placebo effect. And
Hmm.
I do believe that we will be witnessing a little bit of placebo in this game as well, because the sense of false security that some of these teams have, the little bubble of
Hmm.
safety that they build around themselves, only takes a little pinprick to shatter it. We saw it in the previous game. We might get to see a glimpse of it in the next match as well. So without further ado, let's move into it. I know for a fact that it's not going to be Ascent, but my production guy keeps on teasing me about which map it is. So we'll find out soon enough. I'm just happy that we don't have Ascent because we've been casting a bit too much Ascent. So
Oh.
now we're going to be moving on to Split.
Mm.
Interesting.
Interesting map and interesting pick from Force One. We have a breach. I've
Nice.
been I've been wanting to cast a breach game for so long, but again, we don't have a mid wall for Force One. That is there for Weird Esports. Sasmi, interestingly, moved on from a duelist pick to a sage pick. Now, I'm interested to find out how that works out. Will he be able to pull off something like that of a battle sage, like Scream does for Team Liquid, or is it going to be a strategy that completely shatters the team?
Hmm. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see that. It definitely is interesting to see that Force One do not have a Sage pick. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, people used to believe that Sage is basically meta in Split because easy mid control, but they do have a breach. So I guess the repeated flashes of the breach might just give them the control that they are looking for, and at the same time, they can use it to annoy the hell out of their opponents. Let's see how they how they use this one. RVK going for a cipher. And on the other hand, on the side of Weird Esports, we have a Killjoy instead. So let's jump right into it. Let's see what these teams have in store for us as we move on to the very first split game of the tournament. Weird
Hmm.
Esports starting on defense. We have F1 starting on attack. And it's kind of appropriate that they start on attack because the breach is obviously much more viable on this side. Let's
Mm-hmm.
take a look at the defensive setup of Team Weird Esports. We've got 3 people inside B Heavens. Of course, one of them is the Sage who's going to wall off mid. They also have the Raze positioned over there. They have picked up an Astra, which is also playing on that side after placing a utility down on the B main area. Meanwhile, Killjoy and Dreyna try to defend A. But by the looks of it, it seems to be a mid plus A split from Force One Esports. For now, they're just taking their sweet time, hoping to get a pick. The Killjoy on A isn't really revealing herself, but when she does, she might get greeted by a ghost headshot. They have a little hole drilled into the mid wall, which is also fine. But now they're starting to creep up towards sewers after revealing their position over here. Now, this could work in their favor. They haven't really made a lot of noise towards A after that initial few gunshots. And this might just lead to Weird Esports thinking that they're still committing towards some other part of the map. But now, oh my goodness, these guys start to dash in. He-Man does get one kill, but that's all she wrote for him. As Knight Rider is already into its screens, and he's going to be able to stop anyone from entering. This might just single-handedly stop Weird Esports from retaking the site, but he's going to regroup with his team now.
The shot mid burst and then into side A. Force One make their way into side. They have complete side control, as you can see, but the retake is going to be difficult. Weird Esports will try to barge in. The flashes are going to be there. I hope Weird Esports have that anti-breach goggles, but that's not going to matter because Knight Rider is going to take them down one by one. Denied the ace by ScarGod, but that is not going to matter anyway. They get the round for themselves. A first round, a very important round.
Yeah, what a burst out by Force One Esports. After making a little bit of noise on mid and on A, they played it very, very silently. And then before Weird Esports could realize what was happening, they already had their jet dashed in. They already have flooded the site, and poor Killjoy couldn't really. The poor Killjoy in the form of Shroud really couldn't do much. In fact, Knight Rider getting into its screens even got him a few extra kills, which he probably wouldn't have gotten in any other round. But this time, it seems like Weird Esports are just going to throw bodies towards A, and Knight Rider is prepared to mow them down. It's a firing squad ready for them. And in the fraction of a second, Weird Esports are down and out. It's just Shroud who's probably going to try and retrieve his utility from B and hopefully walk away with a weapon or two, but they're just going to hunt him down and probably not going to give him anything to work with.
Wow, that was a quick round.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the funny thing is, the funny thing is, Force One even had a Phantom invested into this round, so I'm glad they didn't lose that.
Definitely, and Knight Rider used that well as well. I mean, he got kills with it. And now they have one less weapon to buy, but I feel like they're going to retain their weapons. Don't really need to invest in something when you have a full shield and a Spectre. But now the ball is on Weird Esports' court because they have a full or sort of a semi-buy, and with the light shields and all the rifles that they have, they should be able to make something out of this round. But again, the breach flashes, Knight Rider dashes in. The breach is going to create space while Knight Rider is going to capture them. A battle of real estate.
Yeah, but look at how much real estate Knight Rider has gathered for them. He's the only one over here. Probably going to act as a little anchor point and a little thorn in the side while the rest of his team tries to creep up mid. ScarGod gets a pick off on mid. That's MF got taken off the equation. Knight Rider gets a kill on A, gets traded out. But again, that's all right. That really wasn't their plan. They're starting to head towards the B heaven. So Knight Rider was only there as distraction, as a little bit of a disruption over there. Now, the rest of Force One Esports try to move in towards the B site. They've already got a little bit of control. We have a sneaky little Killjoy in the form of Shroud who's hiding on the site. Gets a cheeky kill onto ScarGod, but immediately will be traded out. So, really good job by Knight Rider over there to sell that fake, as now the remaining two members of Weird Esports have a very difficult retake on their hands.
Oh my god, this is a 2v2 Crips, and once again, Weird Esports, they cling together rounds, they cling together kills, and Sasmi as well as He-Man, they get themselves the first round. This was really important. It was a 2v2. Some important frags coming in from He-Man, and then the Reyna, a cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, like that retake seemed almost impossible. The crossfire was pretty good by Force One. They had decent positions as well. One of their players tried to go for a reload at like a very obnoxious time, but then that is where the cookie crumbled. It did seem to me like Force One have this round in the back, but somehow Weird Esports are able to hit back.
Yeah. 2-1 now. Huddling out outside A. The setup for Weird Esports has been fine. I feel like their defenses are great. It's just Force One winning those aim duels with the help of Breach, but again.
And also, it's just Knight Rider popping off in the first two rounds. This time, once again, he's got the backup of Shivi. I'm gonna flash for him so that he can take control of A Heaven. RVK has the backup of Knight Rider this time. Last time it was just Knight Rider. This time there's two of us trying to creep up A Heaven, but they probably won't go beyond this point. They're just gonna stay there and then stop. They're going to wait for the rest of their teammates to group up as well, as they
Yeah.
have already started to take control of the rope room. If they all can now come in over here, they got the first pick onto Chaos. That's amazing. They can now start bursting out. There's going to be a huge responsibility on the shoulders of He-Man. He gets away with murder, doesn't get rated out because of the dismiss, but now he needs to play the screens area really well if he wants to actually defend this. They don't have control of the site yet, so maybe they can till stop them. But they managed to make that crossing, and now they have the spike planted. It's safe. But no! MF God! Very cool judge play as he satchels into the site in that corner, gets two really nice important kills, and he might just be able to do more. Him staying inside that elbow is gonna make things so awkward for Force 1, and he upgrades his weapon. A quad kill for MF God as he single-handedly shuts down Force 1 Esports. What a brave move to jump in there with the judge. That was a good decision. He got those 2 kills, but after that, the way he got the remaining 2 kills with the Vandal, that was even better.
Yeah. He single-handedly isolated the players into 1v1s and won those duels. And especially the judge move was the time where I felt like, all right, so Weird Esports basically got this round in their bag. But now I guess Force 1 are going to be prepared. They don't have the weaponry to support their ideologies. Now they will have to rely on maybe the ultimate from Breach to clear the side. But again, what do we have over here? He-Man trying to move away, but eventually will get shattered by the ultimate eventually. Showstopper comes down as well. MF God not tagging anybody, but himself getting tagged a lot. This is going to be very hard for him. He gets shivvy, but gets faded out immediately.
Oh, that wasn't the ultimate. That was a fault line. A really good one, too. They knew exactly where he was going to go, and the fault line was already prepared for Rafa to go ahead and get that kill. But now, poor Rafa trapped alone, getting sucked into the gravity well, and Chaos pre-fires him. Weird Esports, they struggled initially after they lost the Reina, but then the way they held on to their composure is really, really good. Great coordination, and the way they maintain their calm in a chaotic situation like that is even better. Kudos to MF God for picking up those kills even though he was trapped in that corner. And the way Shroud and Chaos back their teammates up is even better. Good stuff by Weird Esports so far, but now Force 1 have their weaponry again, and this time it doesn't seem to be an A hit. Usually, they send Knight Rider and RVK up over there, but this time that's not gonna happen. Most of the team is still huddling up outside of the mid-market, and this might just be a mid to B hit or a mid to A hit if they manage to take control of the rope room, but so far that hasn't happened.
Yeah, I mean, even MF God is aware of the fact there are a lot of players over there, so this time around, Force 1, they're actually falling back. They would want to hit B main in case they get the opening over there. I believe that the frag on Killjoy is going to be really important.
Oh, Weird Esports starting to push A main. This is going to give them all the information that they need. They are fully aware of the fact that Force 1 Esports has no option but to come towards the B side this time. And the Astra stars being placed over here are indicative of that fact. But MF God, he's going to shut down Rafa as he tries to hustle his way through the utility. Shroud burns Knight Rider through that swarm grenade. And Force 1 Esports are being read like an open book. They're going to have to take a little sabbatical, step back, and then re-approach this round with a different perspective. Can they do it? This might just help them out. Weird Esports positions have been revealed. They put down the Cosmic Divide, but they have to go in and plant the spike really, really quickly. Otherwise, this Killjoy ultimate might just trap them. Oh, here comes the Earthquake. They're going to shake everything up. Might just allow them to fall back, but they will destroy the lockdown just in the nick of time. He-Man, though, gets double kills. That's amazing. The lockdown was destroyed, but at what cost? At the cost of 2 of their teammates, but Shivi might just be able to clutch this out. Doesn't have any flashes left, but has a great position. And his enemy has lagged out?
Yeah, it seems Weird Esports again a weird position. But
no, not like this.
Your worst fears coming true again, Crips. It might be another 4v5 game which you have to cast, but I want to mention how many ultimates we saw in the last round. It started off with the neural theft, then the Cosmic Divide, then the Breach ultimate, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Pre-ultimates.
The ultimates
Pretty.
committed by Force One Esports to win a game against 4 people.
Now, Weird Esports was the one who actually deployed the lockdown, so two
Yeah,
for
fair
Force One.
enough. Yeah, fair enough. But then, yeah, they had to use the cosmic divide to, block out the players after they got the information with the neural theft, which is great. Yeah, using neural theft and cosmic divide in combination with each other is amazing. It worked out well for them. But then they had to force the ultimate by Shivi in order to cancel out that lockdown. If they wanted to destroy the lockdown, they had to use that ultimate in order to go ahead and get those kills. But still, it lost two of their teammates after He-Man came in and killed the players who were trying to destroy the lockdown. So really good effort by Weird Esports over here. And I feel like if Sasmi F was available in that round, they probably could have had it in the bag.
Yeah, true. And again, Sasmi. I feel bad for this guy, honestly, because he was the last one to get disconnected last time around as well.
Yeah.
Again, this time.
Somebody give him a better internet connection, please. Or maybe he can buy himself one with the prize money that he wins in this tournament. He was crucial for his team yesterday. I mean, he lost his internet yesterday as well, right? He was the guy who lost his internet in the last few rounds of the second half. This time, it happens right in the first half. You're not even
you can't
halfway through the
blame
first
him.
half.
It's all the
Of course you can't blame him. Of course you can't blame him. Yeah, I mean, there is rain, there is wind, and of course it doesn't go along well with the internet gods of India. The ISPs are just so bad. And electricity, of course. Sometimes you might even lose that. So yeah, poor guy. He's gonna have to reconnect as fast as possible. But given the way how his team is fighting along, even though he has lost his internet connection, it's still commendable. The way Weird Esports just refused to give up. You gotta commend their sportsmanship spirit. It is indeed amazing.
Yep, true. The way they came back against Force One, they did really come back strong.
I feel like they could have had that round. That regret is still gonna be on the back of their minds, deep inside their hearts, till the end of this game.
They can salvage a victory and get on top of their fears, but for that, Sasmi needs to come back. I don't believe that 4v5 is going to be that easy, especially against Force One, especially without that Sage wall.
Exactly. Mid control is gonna be so difficult without the Sage wall.
On top of that, you have a breach on the other team, so
Yeah. Shivi's sole job is to enable his team to get into those positions, get into those places where they can get the kills, and Shivi's gonna be that initiator who sets up his team for success. But I mean, who are they gonna kill if the players are not even present?
yeah.
It's just gonna make things so much more easier for Force One Esports without the Sage on Weird Esports, because then Shivi doesn't really have to use his utility after the Sage wall has been broken. He can start spamming it right away. Force One Esports can start taking control of mid immediately as soon as the barriers are lifted, and it just makes things so much more simpler. Like, the only way I feel to counter a breach is to either bait out his utility right at the start, or B, make sure that they don't have enough time, so that even if they spam all the utility of the breach and they brute force the way into the side, you just don't have the time to plant the spike. That's the only way to counter a breach. The two only ways. And without the Sage, both of them seem really difficult. So
Third way is to wear a sunglass, maybe.
Okay, you could do that, I guess. Or you could just flick your mouse, throw your mouse on the other side of the table, look away really quickly, and then bring it back quickly enough to fight him.
True.
And that is one thing about Breach, right? Like, he can seldom flash for himself. I mean, the animation of his arms throwing out that flash, pulling out the gun is really slow. So most of the times what people do is that they flash for their teammates rather than flashing for themselves. So yeah, one way to disrupt the Breach is also to break up the trading potential. But I don't think it's going to be easy to do that with a coordinated team like Force One Esports. So it is going to be difficult to deal with them indeed. And I don't know how much longer this tech pause is gonna go on.
Yeah. I mean, see, I can't guarantee you your proper internet connection, but if you want your PC to be working fine, you got to have a B550 Pro Series motherboard. Couple it up with an AMD Ryzen, maybe 3 or 7 processor, according to your budget, and you get a very good functioning PC, and you can actually play such tournaments like these if you're skilled enough. I mean, sure, you need to have a good monitor because otherwise your frame rates are going to be very low. So you want that 170 hertz refresh rate from the Gigabyte M27Q. And if that's pretty expensive, I feel like you can go and participate in the trivia. You can win Valorant points, you can get skins, and you can participate in tournaments, win prize money, and then buy the PC. Is that pretty complicated a process, Crips?
I don't know. I guess you can just buy a Prime Vandal and hopefully feel like you can connect headshots. For those of you who are wondering, keep in mind that every time we talk to you about the trivia questions and the giveaways and everything, we usually do it, in between the games. And by the time we tell you guys about it, by the time we flash it on the screen, there's only like 10 minutes left. So here's a little thing that you can do while we wait for the game to begin once again. You can go to the website right now. You can find the link in the description below. You can go there right now and start participating in the trivia for the next game as well. That gives you an entire hour to go ahead and answer those questions rather than hurrying it up in 7 minutes when we tell you in between the breaks. So that's a little, cheat code that you can apply. It's a little trick to grant yourself some extra time to answer those questions. In fact, because we have nothing to do right now, I might even alt-tab and go do it myself. Try to get some Valorant points.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Will that be unfair?
I mean,
will that be unfair if I do it? I mean, I'm kind of already, involved in this tournament. It would be unfair if I try to steal points away from it as well. A little ethical, moral dilemma. But hey,
yeah,
I was
but
never
I
high on
mean,
morals, so.
in Crips, ladies and gentlemen, is from the 90s. He has no idea how the Generation X handles things in the last few seconds. I mean, I do my homework in the last.
It's Generation Z, you uncultured
Z is
swine.
younger than me. Z is younger than me. These millennials.
Salty. Hello, Salty. Millennials are for people who entered the workforce around or after the 2008 subprime crisis. Get your facts right. We both are part of Gen Z. Oh my God, this guy. You uncultured, uneducated swine. Just play video games, man. Just do your job. Come on. Stop talking to me about millennials and all that stuff. You clearly don't know anything about it.
Have the definitions changed? Let me Google it up.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, wait. The game has started. And
yeah, you guys are gonna continue with 4v5.
Yeah, that's sad. And MF God already has taken down RVK. Force One are actually one man down. And that's interesting. That makes it 4v4, of course.
Oh, here comes the showstopper. They're gonna use the flashes by Shivi to make some people blind and then blow them up, which is kind of overkill, but they turn it back into a 4v4. I mean, actually, it's a 4v3. I forgot the fact that this guy is AFK. And they have control of the site, but where is the spike? It hasn't been planted yet. I guess they're waiting for a little extra security, but that security will never arrive. The backup from Weird Esports is here, though. MF God picks off one player before they can start planting.
30 seconds.
Even the Astros might just stop them from going for that plant, but here comes Rafa. He's gonna trade out, win the race battle. Oh, that satchel actually stops him from planting once again. But here's the flank from He-Man. That means now Force One Esports have nowhere left to go. They're gonna have to play in the site, and they have no decent post plant positions to take. They're gonna have to rely on the breach utility to hopefully get some kills, but maybe Rafa can make things a little easier. 2 versus 1. He-Man's position has already been revealed, but he has all his utility, both his layers. He just needs to break apart this crossfire. Shivi will dodge that flash by ducking into that corner, and he's actually letting He-Man pass, of course, only to peek out later and get the better of him.
Yeah. Force One is still waiting for the Sage, I believe. And
yeah, now they realize that this guy's AFK.
But I mean, the fact that the Astra went down over there shouldn't have happened because the Astra's role could have been very crucial. She still had one more star, so she could have used a Gravity Well or a Nova Pulse to kind of clear out those corners, maybe backside or the Hell region, but didn't really happen. She went down to Rafa, and now Force One find themselves one round on top of weird esports, 4-3 for them.
Yep. 3-4 in the favor of Force One Esports. Still kind of mad at the fact that Tasmi's ISP has betrayed him twice. Somebody's gonna write some angry tweets to that ISP, and I will retweet them for sure. But for now, Force One Esports going for a standard default. They know they have the man advantage. They know that Weird Esports don't even have a lot of money. So they're kind of expecting Weird Esports to go for some sort of a weird eco push or maybe go for some info plays. That's why they're playing this default very slowly, very passively. They're just hoping they don't walk into any traps. But it's MF God who gets trapped in the crosshairs of Knight Rider.
There is still the Astra who is defending the Heaven region, so I wonder if they've figured out his position. The Sheriff gets Rafa, but Knight Rider is there and he's gonna tap him down. 2v3 for Force One. Oh no. Shivi gets He-Man, and that just gives them an easy walk onto Site A. Site A is completely open. RVK knows that there is one player who is
Remaining.
not playing. He finds the KJ, but the KJ takes
no.
down. This makes things a 1v1, Crips.
30
No,
seconds left.
it's still a 1v2.
It's a
Right?
1v2, pardon me for that, yeah.
It's a 1v2. That Sage being it just closes off so much. But RVK was present towards the A side, so Shroud might think they're going towards A. Now he finally hears the spike being planted on the B side, and unfortunately, he doesn't have his utility present over here. He heard the jet dash into the backside. The fault line will reveal the position of Shivi. But even with that information, Shroud can't do much because he knows this is a very strong crossfire to clear.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunate, but Force One, they're really starting to dominate. I mean, they had to fight for the first few rounds, but after the absence, after Sasmi got disconnected, this looks like a walk in the park for them at this point. They're getting frags. So Weird Esports, they're still exchanging. They're still getting trades for themselves, but
Yeah, no, they're doing a pretty good job of holding on with whatever they have. Like, दाद देनी पड़ेगी, इनकी तारीफ बहुत ज़्यादा करनी पड़ेगी. Weird Esports man advantage ना होने के बाद भी खेले जा रहे हैं. They don't give up. So, like, hats off to their sportsmanship spirit. इस बार Weird Esports के players mid control लेने की काफी कोशिश करेंगे. They have the Astra inside the rope room. They have MF God present on B Heaven. तो इन लोगों का क्रॉसफायर शायद स्ट्रांग बन सकता है बिकॉज ये लोग पीक नहीं कर रहे हैं. फाइनली जाके एमएफ गॉड पीक करने की कोशिश करेगा बिकॉज उसके टीममेट ने भी एक ग्रेविटी वेल डाला था. वो होप कर रहा था कि वो ग्रेविटी वेल किसी को अंदर सक करेगा एंड देन नेड से डैमेज करेगा तो मे बी दैट कॉम्बो माइट वर्क बट डजंट हैपन. दे कुड हैव प्रोबेबली caught Knight Rider inside that little combination, but he dashed back to safety. Oh no. He gets in here, and this could be very tricky for Weird Esports. Now they have to just worry about Knight Rider because he's just deliberately making noise with the ropes, even if his team doesn't intend to go towards the A site. And you know what that's going to cause? It's going to cause MF God to go back towards the spawn and hopefully help out his teammate Reyna on the A site. But while that's happening, they walk in via B Heavens and get into the B site, and Shroud has no backup whatsoever.
True. Two players. They need to come in from CT. I mean, He-Man is still there in A. Rafa gets MF God in a comical fashion now. Only one player left. Knight Rider is probably gonna get Sasmi.
One enemy remaining.
And now He-Man will try and save his weapon, I believe. Just trying to hold on as long as possible so that Sasmi comes back and this game becomes even Stevens, but
It's just comical how Rafa denied MF God that showstopper.
yeah.
Here comes the party and it goes right out the window.
Here comes the party pooper.
The party pooper as well. Well, if they at least offer 1v1s to He-Man like this, maybe he can cause some economic damage. He's hurt 2 players inside A Heaven as well. Paint shells clearly indicating their position. Making sure that their intent to hunt He-Man down is very, very clear. They want to make sure that he doesn't carry his weapon forward into the next round, but come on, like at this point, Force One Esports have way too much economic advantage already, so it's not like they need anything. Good shot by Rafa. I have to give him credits for denying that showstopper, which could have been a game changer if he stopped the spike from being planted over there. But there's
I
really not
mean,
much that Weird Esports can do.
but again, it wasn't just Rafa. There were three other players who were looking directly at MF God. He made so much noise, and of course, with the Assassin Jump and the Showstopper. Everyone was staring down at him, so
Yeah, that's true as
he
well.
couldn't have survived anyway. But there again, Creep walking down mid. MF God holding this position like. I mean, I remember there was one incident where Waddle was holding a similar angle with a judge and he got an ace right off the bat.
Oh no, he needs to fall back. Somehow Knight Rider doesn't get him in transition. At least he gets away from that position, which could have been very precarious. They had found out where he was, and that angle is really strong to hold with the judge, but now this angle is even better. He can perch up on top of that little box and still hold it with the judge, but they're not going to go into the judge. They're going to go towards the rope room instead. Shivi trying to put out a flash for Rafa. He's not going to do it, decides against it. But they are somewhat aware of the fact that Weird Esports might have rotated over here already. So they're going to go back up the ropes and into B. MF God has to give up that position on the judge now, and even Nebula comes in to stop him from doing anything.
Wow.
Poor He-Man was trapped in that side, had nothing to do. Force 1 Esports, even though they have the man advantage, a 3v5, they're still being very careful and meticulous. They're still faking out the players of Weird Esports, pushing the players with the judges out of those uncomfortable angles and into places from where the judge can't really be effective.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's what I like about Force 1 Esports, honestly, because in spite of having a numbers advantage, they're playing it like a proper game.
Yeah,
even they are having the sportsmanship to not just,
walk
around.
in?
Yeah. I mean, just walk around and play around with their opposition. You might have an advantage, but you still give them the respect. You still play it like a proper game, like you're playing a 5v5.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Keep in mind that every time they notice MF God with that judge, they're going to be scared because he's already gotten a quad kill once on A elbow. So they don't want to feed him to it anyway. They're going to do everything they can to lure him out of position, but somehow Rafa knows that he whiffed over there. He knows that he could have killed MF God, but he didn't do that.
We saw that on Team Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, at least RVK will take off his hat and reveal the positions of the two remaining players, MF God and the Astra. And they know that they're both split up, so they're just going to try and isolate these players one by one. Zafa is... Is he kind of mad right now? Like, he's kind of molding. He tries to go for the style frags as well, hoping to get him with the classic, but his teammate is going to get him instead. Yeah. At this point, I feel Post 1 are starting to lose their patience.
Yeah. 1v5 yet again. Where is the Astra? Saving as much as they can. I don't think she has a weapon.
You might get one if these guys feed into her.
Not happening when 2-3 rifles are staring at your face. Oh no. I mean, the worst part is that Sasmi is spawning every other time, so they're not even getting the stars, they're not even getting the economic boost.
Exactly, right? Like, they're not getting that little black orb. Come on, Valorant, fix your stuff. Usually when a player disconnects, you get a little black ultimate orb. You get some economic bonus. You get, like, bonus white shields, light shields, and just that a little extra economic bonus. Almost on the verge of a 9-3 half, which could have very possibly been an even Stevens battle because Weird Esports were at 3-3 up until the last player disconnected. So I still have to respect Weird Esports for putting up a fight. Maybe they can still win. I mean, the worst part about losing a player while you're on defense is the fact that you have to split up your players into different positions. If they lost this player on the attacking side, maybe they would still be able to group up together and, fight as a single unit. But now they're just offering 1v1 fights to Post 1 Esports. And poor Shroud still walks into that showstopper. Rafa is able to get that kill onto Chaos as well. Wait, Sasmi's back! Sasmi's back! Yay! Finally!
But he's been greeted with a nice rolling thunder. The backstab RVK is probably going to get the third one as well. No, not really. MF God gets him. but it's still a very big job. 1v3. The Jet is practically dead. He double satchels in, but eventually is greeted by Shivi. But at least Asmi is back, Rips. All the defensive rounds, all of those defensive mid walls, nothing really, but at least the fifth man is back for Weird Esports, and if not anything, that's going to give them some sort of confidence boost at least.
You know, if Zasby disconnected while they were on the attacking side, I feel like Weird Esports still could have, put up much more rounds on the bag. Like, Sage is absolutely essential on mid to lock it down while on defense. And, of course, it doesn't even matter if it's a Sage. If it was any other character as well, playing with a man disadvantage is always harder on defense because you need to split up your players, and then one of the areas is always left a little unguarded. If this was on attack, they could have still, clumped up together, hit one side with brute force, and could have done so many things. But I just feel really bad for Weird Esports. Hopefully, they still have enough gas left in the tank to make this work, because this seems to be a very fast A push, and all of the players of Weird Esports are heading towards A heaven. And now they're going down the rope room. This is super weird. They're really living up to their name. What on earth is going on? They go from the rope room down into B heaven, and they have Rafa behind them who can backstab. Shivi just needs to stay alive over here because his players are already in a good position to backstab them, but Rafa's backstab will be denied. Weird Esports pulling a very cheeky play out of the book, and it actually ends up working. They deny all this, I feel. They have the plant in the bags, and there's nothing that Force One can do to stop them.
Yeah. But now the retake, it's coming. They have 4 people on the opposition still left. This is going to be a proper 4v4 now, ladies and gentlemen. From Heavens, from CT. Where do they come from? Amex God goes down. That's one player down, being traded out as well. This is going to be an important frag. Chaos goes down. He-Man doubles up, but it does not matter because it is a 1v1 now. Shazmi, this is your time to prove yourself. Really not really nice. Right, gets a 3rd frag. And this is going to be another round for Force One. This was your moment to shine, Sasmi, but it's okay. I feel you. You are panicking at this point because of your internet and just coming back into the game. I guess he needs some more warm-up before he actually starts to shine.
Yeah, but can we just appreciate what a play that was from Weird Esports? Yeah, it was a train. It's like choo-choo. First stop, a ramp. Next stop, rope room. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great amount of dissatisfaction to announce that the train will not be stopping at its original destination. In fact, it's going to be rerouted via the rope room towards the B side. And even Force One Esports were left wondering, what on earth are these guys doing?
Even taking down Rafa's backstab was very important. So Weird Esports got all those things covered. It was weird, but it was working.
It worked. Yeah, it did work. It could have worked even better. Let's see if they're able to make this happen once more. But given the way how Rafa is opening things up, seems unlikely for now.
They have the weapons. They have the SMGs. So it's only natural, but Weird Esports can still string together, especially, if they can double peak single players at once. They might be able to get something. They can salvage something of this round, but for Force One, all they have to do is to keep it clean. I don't think they want to drop their SMGs at this point.
Very nice fault line. Can actually stun multiple people at once. It does that. It enables Shivi and Knight Rider to get so many free kills. Now it's just Chaos left in the corner, and they know exactly where he is. They're going to come swinging wide, pre-firing across the corner.
Oh no. Force One really starting to show their force. I mean, this is what happens when a team like Force One plays in a 4v5 game. They got so much lead right now. And the weird part is that Weird Esports don't have a lot of rounds to salvage anything. I mean, they can still mount a comeback, but, the players need some warming up. I feel what Sasmi is going through right now.
Oh, I mean, once again, that combination. Gravity Well plus paint shells. Good stuff. Scar God hears MF God walk across that gap, but these guys are shutting them down. You gotta look both ways before you cross the street, kids. But He-Man, 2 crisp 1-taps with the Sheriff. That is so good. Although they need to be careful about MF God's position. RPK is there to cover him off, and he gets the backup as well. Takes care of Chaos. Ah, this is just not happening at all. I appreciate the fact that these guys were able to get all the way into A Heaven, but they couldn't make that position count for anything.
The fact that Post One got those initial 2 picks was already enormous, and MF God had too much to do. I mean, they didn't peak. They didn't peak together. The Rays ventured out early, followed up by the Astra. The Cypher got kills pretty easily, and there was nothing that they could do. Now, it's a split buy for Force One. I can see one SMG. They didn't upgrade for RVK, but Weird Esports have one opportunity. The AWP. No, He-Man shuts him down immediately. So that is one big investment down already.
Yeah, but even if they lose that investment, it's okay because Shivi has already figured out the fact that these guys are not coming to it. Say, it is indeed a mid to B hit with nobody coming in from B main as well because RVK has pushed up B main. He doesn't spot anyone. Shroud, he will be able to shut these guys down. If Weird Esports and make this work, they will be surprised. But RVK's position could be of very big importance over here. Finally, Sasmi comes in from B main to deal with him, and that's everything that Force One had on the B side. The other players are not anywhere close. They can't stop them from planting.
Yeah, Shivi is going to take down Sasmi. Finds MF God, who slapped him with the operator. It's a 1v2. Already dinked. Scar God. He has 2 stars available, so he can clear out those corners. But I don't think he's willing to spend them in this round.
Finally, Weird Esports putting up a round on the board, but you gotta admit that the way F1 defended that round was still pretty good. Like, the moment they started feeling pressure on mid, Shivi pushed up A main. He walked all the way around and reached B main as well to backstab them. So that was like a really long rotation. Him pushing A main revealed that they're not coming A. RVK pushed up B main at the start. They figured out they're not towards B main as well. They knew that all of them are just gonna come in from mid to B. Finally, Sasmi went back from mid towards B main to shut down RVK, but then by that time the damage was already done. So if Force One Esports keep on pushing like this to gather information, then Weird Esports soon will be singled out, and it's not like they need a lot of rounds either.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one more good round, and Force One are already having this in their back. Shivi again pushing out, just like you mentioned. The Raze is going all in. Rafa gets another one, but instantly gets straight out. Shivi has a Rolling Thunder with him. If he hears those footsteps, I'm pretty sure he's gonna launch it. But Knight Rider, look at that. Oh my god, this man with the operator gets Sasmi again. He's gonna take a revenge for that revive.
Yeah. But at least it's still a 4v3. I mean, it could have been even better, but yeah, Sasmi dies. Weird Esports still have some chance of winning this round, but F1 Esports have already so much control of mid. They can start pushing into markets as well. And it's not like these guys are alone. They have backup. RBK now backing up into B Heaven, aware of the fact that it could be a B main rush, but he doesn't need to worry. These guys have players positioned already. They have Knight Rider watching that spot with the operator. They also have Shivi to back him up with the flashes if required. Paint shells directly on top of him. Misses the shot, but that's all right. Knight Rider gets blown apart by the paint shells, but Shivi's still alive. He needs to use his flashes really well. Allows RVK to come in as well, but oh god, he's gonna be the final nail in the coffin. Weird Esports did put up a good fight. I still have to appreciate the effort that these guys put in. It's not easy, let me tell you guys. It is incredibly difficult to fight with 4 men on the defensive side, but they still did not give up. They fought until their last breath, and I don't know, man, just gotta hats off to their sportsmanship spirit.
True, true. And again, if Sasmi manages to figure things out, maybe in the lower brackets, I hope they have a good run in the lower brackets. But Force One, with this victory, they set up their fight with Team Fangs in round 2, Crips. Now, that's going to be an interesting one.
Yep, they have set up their fight with Team Fangs in round 2, but I just really hope that these guys, once they go up against Fangs, they will be playing as respectfully as they did against against these opponents. Like, we saw how even with the 4v5, Force One Esports did not take things lightly. They were still being very methodical, forcing out the players of Weird Esports out of their comfort zones, forcing them to go elsewhere into positions from where they can't defend as effectively. And it's not just, MF got with the judge that they were trying to get out of that position. Even who is the guy who was playing A always? The Killjoy who was always playing A. They always
Shroud
made sure
3K?
that yeah, Shroud 3K. Sorry, my bad. Thanks for reminding me. They
Mhm.
always made sure that even Shroud was either always trapped in A, or he had no avenue to rotate back towards the other parts of the map to back his teammates up. So yeah, the way these guys were able to read the rotations of weird esports and then react accordingly in the middle of the round indicates that F1 esports have great adjustment ability. I hope they
Mhm.
keep it up against stronger opponents who will be possibly fighting them with all 5 players.
I mean, that's a given, of course, but yeah. Force One, of course, they didn't have the mid wall, but Force One exploited that. We're going to look at the highlights. We're going to see what exactly went wrong for VAD Sports. Of course, apart from the player disconnection, there were a few errors. And I mean, since they lost the mid wall, I didn't really think Force One, didn't really think that Weird Esports had any coming back into this game. But we're going to look at the match highlights, ladies and gentlemen, and see what exactly went wrong.
First thing that went wrong for them is the fact that Force One Esports bursted into the A side, and Knight Rider was able to get into positions where Weird Esports never expected him to be in. Quad kill to start off things, and then he just kept that momentum rolling forward.
Yeah. But again, Weird Esports made an amazing comeback, right? They got 3 rounds back to back, and I thought that they're going to give Force One a very tough fight, which again is a very good team. And Weird Esports, I almost thought that this is going to be a very tight game, but if not for that unfortunate situations, look at that. The way they set up Sammy and He-Man together, the synergy was on point, but this was probably the round where MF God is just going to jump in. Here he goes with the judge. He takes another one. And now he's going to exchange his weapon. He's going to isolate the Astra and the Jet. And he's going to single-handedly take all of them down. This is brilliant from the race. MF God, I guess if he had more opportunity, if he had better teammates set him up, he could have really shined in this game.
Love the way how Shivi was setting his teammates up for success. Like, these guys were
Yes.
on Eco, but the way he used that fault line to enable Rafa to get that kill, amazing. And even the counter utility by Force One Esports is amazing. Neural Theft followed by the Cosmic Divide to get them into the site, and then the Rolling Thunder to deal with the lockdown.
True. Again, Shivia's contribution was brilliant. He-Man was stuck in a crossfire which he couldn't really break, and he was supposed to fall. And from this point on, it was all easy for Force One. Didn't really have any trouble getting control of mid, getting control of the rope room. They did find some astral utilities poured in here and there, but I mean, they just waited it out. They just waited for the utilities to be baited out and then got control of it eventually.
Yeah, at this point is where it all starts crumbling. MF God has to be feeling so bad with Rafa denying that showstopper on him. And First One Esports almost always had an easy approach into mid. Like, they never even had to struggle. In fact, there were several rounds where they just refused to go B main and they just pushed, mid to B instead.
This was one comical moment when Rafa realized that he whiffed. I'm not sure if he thinks that that was shown on stream, but yeah, it's fine, Rafa. These things happen. I mean, especially happen with me, but I mean, I feel him.
Hashtag relatable for Salty.
But this was one time where Sazmi really came back, and as soon as he comes back, he's greeted with the breach as well as the RVK combo. MF God did shut him down, but it was too much to ask for. I guess this was the round where Sazmi found himself in a 1v1 situation. It could have been the round where he could have shined, but that didn't happen.
Yeah,
Sazmi got himself a kill.
Yeah, but Nitra has been phenomenal in pistol rounds. A quad kill in the first pistol round, then a triple in the second one. He's just a force to be reckoned with. Look at how Shibi. This is the second time that we saw him use the fault line to his to the advantage of his teammates. Usually, breaches use the flashes to set their teammates up for success, but this guy is proficient with the fault line as well.
True. And this is one of the first times we've seen a breach, honestly, and we've seen it being used to perfection. I would love to see somebody pull off breaches. I would love to see teams pull off more breach plays and, you know, just set these things up.
Yeah, I mean,
Spike
one of the most famous breach players in the country is Amaterasu. Unfortunately, his team did not qualify. They lost to Samurai Esports. And we will be witnessing a Samurai Esports match today. So let's see what these guys have in store for us as we will move on to the next few matches very soon.
Yeah, I mean, the first few games were sure, one player disconnected and the first game didn't pan out. I mean, it was definitely both teams fought well, but next up we have some very interesting games. Tier 1 teams fighting against each other. Godlike versus Global Esports is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we're going to have a look at the scoreboard. I mean, we did have a small sneak peek of the scoreboard. I mean, we did get to see Knight Rider with a lot of frags. 20 frags for him. He did get a lot of kills for himself, but it wasn't really Knight Rider who really shined. It was the entirety of Force One who had his back and set him up to get those kills.
Yeah, Shivi was doing a pretty good job of supporting his teammates. Knight Rider acting like cleanup crew, and sometimes even a wrecking ball. He's just going in, wrecking all the players. RVK being a very good anchor as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Force One Esports versus Weird Esports. But don't go anywhere because after a short break, we're going to be starting off with the most anticipated match of the day, Godlike versus Global Esports. We'll see you on the other side. You guys are watching the Pro Series Valorant, brought to you by AORUS and AMD. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro Series Valorant, brought to you by AORUS and AMD. My name is Crips. I have Salty with me, and we are gonna start with the most anticipated game of the day. It's gonna be Godlike versus Global Esports.
Absolutely godlike. Had a fantastic run yesterday. They almost dominated Team T69. Now they are up against one of the best teams in the world, if not the best, that is going to be Global Esports. And I kind of hyped things up yesterday, mentioning this match as a virtual grand finals. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Crips, what do you think? How many fireworks are we going to have? How many explosions are we going to have?
Oh, way too many. We're gonna rock the planet. That's how many. Um, uh, I mean, you were right when you said that. This is kind of like the grand finals itself because this is the two of the strongest teams in the tournament who are going up against each other. Also, the other narrative over here can be SK Rossi versus that maker, two of the finest aimers going up against each other as well. But you know what? I'm kind of tired of that narrative. Like we always speak about SK Rossi, that maker, but now I kind of want to focus on the rest of their players as well. So I won't be speaking about this narrative anymore because we've already discussed it a lot and everyone knows this already. That's kind of why everyone's tuning into this game as well. At the same time, I think it's worth mentioning that this is not the first rodeo. This is not the first time these teams have faced each other, have they?
Absolutely. There was a match that was going on in another tournament where Godlike and Global Esports fought up. Godlike did get the lead in the first map, but after that, Global Esports caught up to them and eventually got the victory. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a very interesting storyline because Godlike, they have a team which is capable of beating anyone in the country, but they just need to figure things out. Global Esports, they've been playing together for so many days together and they have their synergy set, they have new strategies for themselves. It's going to be a very interesting affair to find out who is going to win this one.
And you did mention that Godlike Esports won the first map last time, but then
Mm-hmm.
Global Esports came around in the next two maps. I think it's worth
Hmm.
mentioning over here that this map is just going to be a best of one.
Yes.
So there's no chances of a comeback over here. The one team that wins this game walks away with the winners bracket basically all to themselves, and the other one is going to have to make a deep run in the lower bracket if they want to get their name back up in the tournament.
Yes, definitely. And I guess you mentioned it correctly. The fact that this game kind of determines how the tournament is going to progress. The team who wins this game is going to find themselves in a comfortable spot in the upper bracket. The team who loses is going to find themselves in a relatively comfortable spot in the lower bracket because I believe they are eventually going to come up. But again, the lower bracket competition is going to be completely different. I mentioned that legends are born in the lower bracket when your backs are pinned against the wall. So interestingly enough, we'll have to find out which team goes on to the lower bracket and which team continues to dominate. I'm not going to pick a favorite. I'm not going to pick which side I think is going to
Yeah,
win.
me
But
neither.
that is your job, ladies and gentlemen. You can drop the names in the live chat. You can drop the names in the trivia contest that is going on as well. The trivia contest is live now. It closes at 1:45. You have 7 minutes again, of course, just like usual. The link is in the description as well as flashing on your screen. You have Valorant points worth of $2,700 to win. So go there and answer those questions.
Yeah, and these players are competing for a prize pool of $9,000. You guys have a chance of winning Valorant points for 2,700, which is still a big amount of money. So go ahead and try your luck. Maybe you'll get something. Coming back to this game, Salty, I think a
Mm-hmm.
lot of what happens in this game is gonna boil down to the veto. So far we've seen a lot of Ascent in this tournament. We just saw Split for the first time in the map, in the previous map. Yesterday, Godlike played on Bind. So we've seen these three maps before, but we have
Mm-hmm.
never seen Haven being played out in this tournament. We have never seen Icebox being played out in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
If one of those maps does get picked, then I think this battle will be absolutely legendary because, of course, there's more tactical scope in maps like Haven and Icebox as compared to more puckish maps like Split, Bind, and Ascent.
And I'm actually happy to inform you that our director has been poking at us again and again. He asked us to keep guessing the maps, and he says this is going to be a new map. I just hope that's right.
I hope so too. I have a strong feeling it's gonna be Haven because I did see these teams fight on Haven several times before, and if they go for this map again, it will kind of be like a little bit of a rematch where both the teams know about each other's play styles and they know about how they like to play. So it's not just one team trying to counter the other; it's them trying to counter upon counter upon counter, and especially with Hellranger in one of these teams. This man, I have to tell you, Hellranger is one of the best people on the country where it when it comes down to counter stratting the other team. So that is one hell of a guy who can think up of stuff on the fly. Let's take a look at the brackets. Global esports got like esports, obviously both fighting against each other. The team that ends up winning this one will probably face the winner of Samurai Esports versus Union Gaming. And the team that loses this game will face either Team Gunslingers or the Chad 5. Now, it I mean, we already pointed out that global esports and God have faced each other before, so it kind of does boil down to which team does better homework and how much extra homework they do to prepare for the strategies against each other. But again, uh, you can try to counter strat them as much as you want, but if they come in with something completely fresh, or if they try to play a little more loosely and not as methodically, then obviously the counter strats can fall apart because you can't counter strat a strategy that doesn't exist, right? So that way, both these teams have a lot of curveballs to throw at each other, a lot of ways in which they can surprise each other. Let's see which one of these teams is better prepared. We can obviously keep on theory crafting as much as we want, but only fair that we find out which map these guys are going to be playing on first. So as soon as we have that information, we'll relay that to you and then we'll jump into the agent selection screen.
Absolutely. And I'm actually very curious to find out which agents are these guys playing right now because, again, it is going to come down to the map, what they are playing, and then they go for their default picks. But we saw a breach for the first time, Crips from Force One. Interested if something of that sort comes in from either of these teams. If a Sky comes in, if you get to see a Viper or maybe some Icebox. We have seen Vipers being used on Bind as well as on Ascent sometimes, but we haven't seen those bigger maps. We haven't seen those tactically more demanding maps.
Hmm. Yeah, yesterday it's interesting to note that Godlike were playing a dual controller setup and they were playing without sentinels too, whereas Whitehorse himself was acting like a sentinel while he wasn't actually playing a sentinel character. I mean,
Mhm.
that's one of the advantages that you have as an Astra. I mean, Astra, in my opinion, Astra is kind of like, a child of Killjoy and any controlling character, one with a Omen. Because let's be honest, the playstyle is very similar. You have to strategically
Yes.
place your
Yes.
stars in a way where you can use them, and you can either, deploy a gravity well or a Nova Pulse with that, or you can use it into a smoke. So that way, can play like an anti-backstab guy, like a Sentinel, while you're still on the Astra. And I'm assuming both these teams will end up picking Astra today. We've seen them use it in the past, and Astra has been has been creeping into the meta slowly and steadily. More and more people are starting to pick her instead of Omen. So I'm assuming
Yes.
one of those players
Yes.
will definitely
Yes.
do that. And if it's a map like Icebox, we might even see both Vipers.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess on Icebox, a Viper is a must right now. But just like you mentioned, I feel like if it's a Haven, I feel Astra is going to be a bit more of a staple pick. Those rotations from C as well as those. I mean, Astra is a perfect agent for you to lurk as well as to provide support for your teammates. You can do that
Hmm.
simultaneously, right? You can deploy your utilities from anywhere. So that is one good thing that you can find from Astra, and that makes it a very good lurking agent. So we need to figure out a lot of theory crafting went in, but we need to figure out which agents are these guys picking. And again, I'm just waiting for the draft. I'm just waiting for these agents to be picked. I'm waiting to find out which map it is again, Crips.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is gonna come down to the map. I don't know. I have a feeling if these teams go for Icebox, then Hevan's gonna go for the Viper. Whitehorse will stick to his Astra, and they might just go for a double controller again because, of course, why not? Both these teams will end up picking the Jet if it is indeed Icebox. But what is it gonna be? I think we are gonna find out soon.
Hmm. Interesting stuff. And again, like if you talk about the maps, you have to talk about these players, right? I mean, we got to see that godlike they were very prolific in the bind map yesterday. They completely outstrated team T69. Now, as Crips mentioned right at the start of the day, team T69 played in a form of a puggish manner on the bind map, while godlike were very much tactically aware, which gave them some sort of an edge on that map. But when it is global esports versus godlike, I don't expect either of them to pick a bind. I'm already seeing Crips has his hand raised, so just
Yeah,
like
yeah. Stop putting words into my mouth. I did not say that T69 was playing in a puggish manner. I said that they are playing clumped up together and relying on their trades. Whereas Godlike, on the
all
other
right, all right.
hand, were splitting up more often and were trying to surround T69 from all the directions like a boa constrictor. Don't you dare put words into my mouth, okay? Don't misinterpret them. Again, uh, तू मिल मुझे तेरे को बाद में चाटा मारूंगा तेरे को मैं बाद में देखता हूँ मैं either way T69 playstyle was vastly different from Godlike's playstyle, but then I won't say the same for global esports, because global esports also is the kind of team who can
Mhm.
split up and still be just as effective. Of course they can have trades every now and then, but sometimes their lurking is some of the best in the country. So let's see if they're able to come up with that magic yet again. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you have to keep in mind that sometimes these players have their own boot camps to play with, sometimes they don't. um we know for a fact that Velocity Gaming has just moved to Mumbai in their new boot camp, although even though they're not playing in this tournament anymore. uh we don't know if these players are still in their boot camp, so I guess we're gonna have to stalk their social media to find out. But no matter where they are, you guys should stay at home in this pandemic. Of course, stay at home, play video games, and hopefully do it with some Aorus products.
I mean, I need some Horus products if I need to rank up, but talking about them, I need this monitor specifically. It is a Gigabyte M27Q. Again, this is the world's first KVM monitor. It has a refresh rate of 170 Hz and a response time of zero point 0.5 milliseconds. So you get those buttery smooth frame rates as well as those accurate frames. If I explain Crips the difference between frame rates and response times, it is very important to not just have refresh rates, because you want accurate frames and not just smooth frames. Right? I'm being a nerd right now, but it's very important for you guys to select the right product. And if you want to select, if you just take out all the info out of the way, just go for a Gigabyte M27Q.
Yeah. And if you're like salty, you can watch yourself get headshotted in smooth 170 FPS. I mean, all right. Either way, I'm done pulling your leg anymore. I'm kind of bored of pulling your leg now. I will have to come up with some fresh insults
Okay,
for that
all
one.
right.
I mean, yeah, that's
No.
something we'll deal with later. Either way, I still don't have word as to what map it's gonna be. So that's a little bit of suspense that we still have going on. And Canna, I'm hoping that my production team breaks the suspense for me. Just give me the details, bro. Give it to me so that we can at least move ahead and start theory crafting more.
All right. We're still getting those spokes. We're still getting those
I
bits of
hate
information.
I hate this guy. He's just messing with us right now. Really. Just tell us already. Just tell us. Give us the information.
It's gold. I
Yeah,
mean, we
I
got a
think it's
clue,
gonna
ladies
be
and
Icebox.
gentlemen.
Yeah, I
It,
think it's gonna be Icebox for the most part.
hmm
Kind of
I
excited
mean,
right now because we haven't seen an Icebox game so far in this tournament.
yeah. And the smile on my face automatically just goes to show how excited I am for this map, because I've been wanting to see an Icebox game since the first map. I've been saying that, all right, let's see some strategic games and ascent, and then a bind. I was not disappointed because the games yesterday were very good. But now that we get to see something more tactically demanding, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. I'm expecting Vipers on both the sides, maybe even an Astra to put in that double controller. Um, Most people also go for a Sage on a map like Icebox, but I'm not sure if these
Hmm.
teams will still go for it or if they have something else in mind. Of course, the Jet is going to be the staple pick because most teams end up picking a Jet. Of course, one might even switch out the Rays for it. Um, but will they pick an Omen? Now, when Icebox first came out, people were like, Raze, Jet, Omen are going to be absolutely essential on this map because they are the agents who can easily achieve verticality. And there is a lot of verticality in Icebox. But now, with the arrival of Fastra, we don't know if Omen is still relevant. So I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit more before we can see the setup of these teammates and see what kind of agents they're selecting. We'll be back after a short break, but don't go anywhere because the match is just going to start anytime now. Go grab your popcorn. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro Series Valorant, brought to you by AORUS and AMT. We are sorry for making you guys wait so much because I know this is the most anticipated game of the day, and you guys want to see some action. Global Esports versus Godlike. These two teams are some of the finest in the country, and we've been theory crafting about this since the last 10 minutes. But now we might finally get to see the map start. The delay was because one of these players was not able to join the lobby, but now all of those have been sorted. We're gonna get the game underway. It's gonna be on Icebox. So we've been discussing how we might see two Vipers, maybe even Astras. I don't know if the Astras will be replaced by Omens because I mean there is a little bit of outplay potential and Omen is good for verticality. But then lately, a lot of people have been opting for Astra. Without any further ado, let's just jump right into the agent selection and see what's gonna happen. Of course, the two finest aimers on both the teams, SK Rossi and Deathmaker, are gonna pick up their signature jet. We expected this. This was pretty obvious. Both the teams also going for Killjoy and a Sage. Lightning Fast is going to be on Sage, whereas on the side of Godlike, it's going to be Flex on the Sage.
Interesting enough, Antidote isn't playing this match, so I guess Flex is the one who is replacing him. Rexy is going to be on his general Sova. Hevan, Viper doesn't really surprise me. White Horse, his contribution is going to be very important. I feel both the Sentinels have a big job in hand. As you mentioned, the duelists, they are going for a single duelist setup on either sides, and I guess Kappa and Lightning Fast, they're going to pick their defaults as well.
Yeah, this is like extremely similar lineups, literally no difference at all. Both the sides opting for Viper, Sage, Sova, Jet, and Killjoy. So, yeah, my whole theory of having two controllers is going to go down the drain. Both sides picking up only Viper as their controller. Most of them are going to be using their Sage to lock out either the tube area or gather some verticality on a site. So of course it's going to be very, very helpful to gather information as to how and when these guys are rotating from one side to the other. I'm also expecting a lot of fakes. I'm not expecting, straightforward rushes. Of course, these teams have a habit of taking things very slowly and methodically. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this game pans out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of quick rounds in the earlier matches, but in this time around, I'm expecting the clock to run down every single time. And with a single duelist setup, I don't even think that they are going to be, rushing in way too much. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we are going to be moving into Icebox. It's cold over there. Get yourself some blankets. I mean, don't get yourself blankets literally because it's hot in our country right now, but yeah, get some coffee, get some snacks, get your lunch, because this is going to be a virtual grand finale.
Yeah, both these teams are deserving of the grand finale, so let's see how they set up for now. Let's take a look at the defender setup first. That's going to be Godlike. We have Whitehorse placing his utility near and around kitchen and of course under tube as well. We have Hevan playing on A all by himself, putting up that Viper wall. But three of the players of Godlike are positioned outside of the B halls, which is not the place where Global Esports are opting to go this time around. They are all trying to creep up towards the A site, but no engagements just yet. Hevan does hear a bunch of footsteps, so he's gonna tell his team to start rotating in, but will backup arrive in time? Hevan tries to take a little peek outside, sees a pixel, but Lightning Fast will be able to get that opening kill. Now they have control of the site. This retake will be difficult if they allow the plant to happen. Maybe the Sova on Godlike will be able to stop them using some shock darts, but I don't think that he's in a position to throw any of that yet. Global Esports also are taking their sweet time to plant the spike. It's not like they're in any hurry. Now finally Lightning Fast goes for the plant, and he's going for the plant above on the tower, which is a pretty unorthodox position for him to be in. They've also got their swarm grenades in position and a nice wall so that he doesn't get shot out from the screen side. He can actually stay in there and funnel these players in as the rest of Global Esports are getting the kills left, right, and center.
They're forcing the players to peek out of unusual angles. The fact that the Sage got himself in such a good spot is brilliant. Now the Sova has nowhere to go. Rexy being overwhelmed by opposition. Global Esports win this round up front. But that was just because of the fact that Hevan got taken down early. That was early fight over there. And reinforcements couldn't come in time. There was counter wall from Global Esports as well. The wall from Sage, and everything was set up perfectly. They set themselves up in post-plant positions where they could pick every single player at multiple directions, and they got the kills easily. Global Esports, good stuff from them right off the bat. But this time around, just like you mentioned, Crips, they are huddling out outside B halls, and Godlike do not have the read on that. They are going to rush mid to understand where they are defaulting. But I don't think Global has any default at this moment. They're gonna keep switching between one side and the other.
Yeah, but this might just actually end up working out for Godlike, because most of the team is present towards B oranges, and from this area they are already in position to shut down Global Esports as they make their way inside. They're peeking ahead of the Sage barrier orb and the Viper walls to pick up these fights, but Godlike Deathmaker gets taken down courtesy of SK Rossi. Now, a bunch of shock darts will do plenty of damage, as most of these automatic weapons will net them kills. Just down to Hevan. He does get a kill, but at this point I believe it's just a consolation frag. He doesn't have enough to make this retake happen. Global Esports not losing too many players on the second round is crucial for them so that they can start building up their economy. So far, they've hit A once, they've hit B the other time, and Godlike Esports were in a position to, shut them down over here, but the moment they tried to attack from the oranges area, the barrier orb and the Viper wall made them kind of irrelevant. It forced the issue. If they wanted to stop them, they would have had to either fight them beyond the Viper wall, which makes them a little vulnerable, or they would have had to rely on Rexy's recon darts to hopefully reveal someone and then get some shots through that Viper toxin. None of that happened, so yeah, it goes on. This
time around,
yeah, the one that's been put up by Hevan this time. This is something that we saw in VCT. It kind of discourages the players of Global Esports from rushing in too quickly on B and on mid. And if they want to do so, they're going to have to lose a little bit of HP to do so. Finally, the toxin runs out, so they can start working up mid.
Okay, the recon dart is going to reveal a lot, but Global Esports is unbothered. They want to move in. The wall comes in, completely isolating, but a counter wall from the other stage. Flex takes lightning fast. SK Rossi trades Deathmaker. This is a flurry of frags happening. Both the teams getting kills for themselves. This is a 2v3 right now, Godlike versus Global. They are really making it count, but Kappa is painstakingly close. The alarm bot is going to trigger, and that is going to allow KJ to have some sort of information of where Kappa is. He is going to take his sweet time, not rush into the crosshairs of Kappa, but the turret is going to reveal his position yet again.
Yeah, Whitehorse was in a tricky position. He had no trading potential. Hevan was very far away from him, and that's exactly what I was worried about. They were able to isolate these gunfights one by one, and Global Esports walk away with the round once again.
That mid push was kind of innovative. Again, the Sage wall, then the counter wall coming in. The trades did go in favor, so it's not like Godlike were completely, taken aback by the mid push from Global Esports. It was a flurry of frags over there, and thankfully things did end up in Global Esports' perspective. Now Godlike, they need to come back. They need to get some rounds on board so that they don't allow economy on side of Global Esports to completely overshadow theirs. Early fights happening.
The economic battle will continue later on, but for now, it seems like Godlike Esports are just on a mission to do some damage control. Hevan's got a really cheeky angle. But Hellranger is smarter than that. He's gonna climb up on top of the box, and he will get the better of Hevan. Both the Vipers getting the better of each other. Meanwhile, Lightning Fast also picks off Deathmaker, and that was towards A. So they've got picks on both sides of the map right now, but where did they decide to go?
Interesting. They got picks in A, they got picks in B, and now they are starting to hit B. Flex is still preserving himself for the later part of the round. Peeks in, goes down to Hellranger. Now this opens things up. Was an eco round for Godlike Esports, so things have been pretty easy for Global so far. And they didn't really have to struggle in any round apart from full buy round, which came in from both the sides. But the site executes have been more or less flawless scripts.
Yeah, and they've been doing it differently every time as well. They never repeat the same things, but White Horse, that's a shot that won't be repeated every now and then. Gets the better of Kappa. Nice one tap. Doesn't go to steal the gun, but Skills has heard him. He's prepared for White Horse. Nice one. Global Esports preventing too much economy loss. The only player that lost was Kappa, and it's only one gun down. So still plenty of players left alive. Plenty of money will be saved, and they will be able to continue the economic ball rolling deeper and deeper. But Godlike finally have enough money to put up another buy. What do they go for this time? So far, the Global Esports playbook has been pretty deep. We've seen them hit A, B, and then mid to A as well. This time they split up on both the sides. So we've seen them do pretty much everything. How much deeper does this playbook go, and how long is it going to take Godlike Esports to figure it out?
Again, a split foundation for Global Esports. The wall goes up, but Heavan, Hellrangers completely owning Heavan in this duel. But SK Rossi, this was supposed to be the battle which a lot of people were looking forward to. SK Rossi gets the better of Deathmaker. This opens up B side completely for this team. Oh no. One by one, Godlike is just being torn apart. Rexy can reveal these players, does have the utilities to do so, but do they have the firepower to make use of it? White Horse shuts down SK Rossi, so that is one man down.
And the timing was so good too. Like the moment SK Rossi unscoped, White Horse peeked out of that corner. But that's still alright. I think Global Esports still have a very realistic chance of winning this round. Hellrangers already prepared with the post-plant lineups, while the rest of Godlike Esports, they're gonna have a tough time even getting onto the site. Rexy has a very difficult job on his hands, and Lightning Fast will deny any of that. A 5-0 lead seems to be pretty decent from Global Esports.
Oh
And
no.
you might have seen these Viper walls again and again. Like, these are the standard walls that we saw almost every player in VCT pull off. The first wall by the defenders to discourage them from coming in, but the second wall
counter wall,
that the counter wall is to make sure that they are able to get outside towards the other side of that B corridor as well, instead of being shut down at the choke points. And then it also prevents the players on the B side from having lines of sight onto their enemies. So far, Global Esports have been playing well. They've been winning the Viper battles at least. At least Hellranger has been proficient that way. But what do Godlike Esports do to respond to it? This time, they're gonna go for a Hero Spectre buy on Flex. Yes, he's the only one who has this weapon. Everyone else having nothing but pistols. Lockdown committed towards the A site, but that doesn't really discourage Godlike Esports to get off the site. In fact, they're still hoping that they will be able to pick off a couple of people before the lockdown actually detains any of them. But in the end, they will be forced to go back, and Global Esports will get this plant uncontested. The shock darts were there, but they're just a little bit late.
Yeah, Deathmaker still trying to play on his daggers. Eventually will be shut down by Skills. 2v5, they don't have the weaponry to make this work, and one by one they're just being torn apart. Rexy gets a frag for himself, but that's all he could do. 6-0 for Global Esports. At this point, Global Esports would want to play mind games and really start getting deep inside Godlike's minds. Try and discourage any sort of comeback happening.
Keep in mind that this was probably the only time where they full committed towards the A side without, doing anything else on mid. The only other time they did that was in the eco round or the pistol round even. So we are yet to see them pull off a standard execute in a buy round. They were successful on the B last time, but I'm not sure if they will be able to replicate that. They're going to need a little bit more, because I'm pretty sure Godlike also must have adapted in some way. That adaptation comes in the form of heavily focusing on the mid areas. We have Deathmaker, who's already looking to peek under the tube. while the rest of his teammates are now huddling up outside of A screens. It seems like they're aware of the fact that Global Esports is here, and this time they will try to prevent the plant from happening before they can even get to site. They know that somehow Lightning Flash is going to have to put up that barrier orb in order to plant, so they're just throwing in all the utility that they have in order to stop them. But Hellranger might be able to sneak in from the back lines. The tube area is left unattended. Deathmaker was over here a couple of seconds ago, but now he moved over towards the A side, and that gives Hellranger a very clean avenue to get inside. He catches two players off guard, misses the shot, but no, this could have been massive. Hellranger misses that opportunity and Flex punishes him for it. The jig is up. Now Global Esports have no choice but to go in for the plant, but the Hunter's Fury will be put in to deny the lockdown. At least they are buying more time for themselves, but they're not able to buy any more men. SK Rossi has to pull out his knives. He has to pull off a miracle as well to save his round for the team, but they are winning the fights. Godlike Esports have the man advantage, and Kappa is extremely low on health. Skills finally balances things out, and Kappa delivers a headshot even on low HP, but Whitehouse is right behind him. Kappa needs to hide, needs to bide his time. He knows exactly where Whitehouse is, and he needs to play for time. He definitely cannot go for the fight. He might be able to catch him off guard, and Global Esports still bring it back. There were mistakes. There was a little bit of struggle, but Kappa is so good at saving his team, stepping up every time his team needs him. First, the Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown so that they could safely go for the plant, buying them enough space and time. And then he puts both of them together and combines it into a knockout punch. A 7-0 lead for Global Esports. Nearly unprecedented. And Godlike Esports have no response. Even after the mistakes by Hellranger, they were able to make it work. It's unheard of.
Yes, exactly. That was my point. The fact that they're not dependent on those backline shenanigans from Hellranger to execute their sites, and they have players individually capable of pulling those rounds for themselves. That's brilliant. That's something which is unheard of, especially in Icebox. That clutch was brilliant, but now Godlike need to respond. Deathmaker does that.
Nice.
One taps Hellranger. SK Rossi trades him as well. So a 1-for-2 trade. Godlike, they are a man down, but this should be working in. Deathmaker has a lot on his plate already. SK Rossi goes down. Deathmaker once again shows up. Heavan is very close, goes down to skills. And now this is a 2v3. 1 by 1. Global Esports are starting to dominate. This is 0-7. 1v3 clutch required of Godel Flex. Get themselves a first round. The turret is going to reveal his position. And there goes kills. And my word, Global Esports. They've had their breakfast. That's all I can say.
Yeah, but they're still hungry. They're still not willing to let go. They just refuse to take their foot off of the gas pedal. And they're just racing to the finish line. And it seems like Godlike Esports can see nothing but tail lights. Can they pull off a miracle? And it's not like individual pop-offs by Global Esports. No, like there is plenty of frags in the belt of SK Rossi, but that's not the reason why they are winning.
Yes.
SK Rossi might have a lot of frags, but it is a coordinated team effort. They are able to get in their heads and get in the backlines too. This time, the backlines play was successful. They were able to get to its kitchen. Deathmaker tried to go for a very aggressive position over here, but of course he will be revealed. Gonna be forced to fall back. Luckily, he does survive. While all of that is happening, Global Esports are starting to creep up towards B. If not Global Esports, at least SK Rossi is. But he doesn't have any backup over here. So if he dies, no trades. Of course.
Is that a double fake?
Could be, could be. I mean, they showed presence towards A earlier, then went back towards mid. They have SK Rossi positioned over here, but his only job is to get a pick over here. If he gets a pick, well and good. If he doesn't, well then he just needs to sell the fake. But whatever Global Esports need to do, they need to do it quickly. There's very little time left. 40 seconds is not enough to break open this defense. And that's exactly why I was worried. Heavan lines all three of them up under the tubes. They walk into his crosshairs. He mows them all down. Heavan tries to overextend, but this time Hellranger will punish him. Still, he's done his job. A 2 versus 4 is much more than Godlike Esports could have ever asked for. But him popping up that Viper Spit might just stay in sting. SK Rossi out in the open, doesn't have a dash to save him back. And Hellranger is being sprayed by bullets left, right, and center. They pepper him full of lead. And finally, Godlike Esports respond in kind. The captain, Heavan, stepping up in such a massive fashion. I wish we could have seen that triple straight down because that definitely would have looked epic.
Yeah, true, absolutely true. Those triple frags were instrumental in this round for themselves. Again, Godlike, they did boil down the clock. They did push global esports to the edge. And that made them do some errors, right? That made them go for those mid executes where even they couldn't check those corners. Havan was present and the kills were there. I guess that is something which they have to do even more. But is it too late, Crips?
Maybe not yet. I mean, an 8-4 will still be an impressive scoreline. Lockdown committed to push the players of Godlike off the site, but they're not getting off yet. They're just gonna get off at the very last second. They're hoping that somebody from Global might just walk into their crosshairs and end up giving a kill or two, but now the lockdown gets popped, nobody gets denied, and now they're trying to plant. Will the shock darts come in time? No, not happening. They are able to get the spike plant, but it's a 5 versus 5 retake. This could be very messy. Eskerosi playing first contact, doesn't get the kills, but he dashes into the wrong direction. Flex gets in. Luckily, Kappa is stepping up for his team, and he's able to get more than just the trade. He's able to get a double, but there is a backstab in the form of Havan as well. Now they need to be very worried. Watching both the directions from this position can be difficult. Skills needs to make sure that Havan doesn't get up on the high ground, but his position's been revealed as well, and people will start pre-firing these corners. White House on top of the cylindrical might just make things a little easier, but it's time for Kappa to step up once again. He's done it before. Can he do it once more? Havan was instrumental in the success of his team last time, but this time it is simply not enough as he runs out of time. Those frags are just consolation.
Yeah, those frags are just consolation. Havan did find himself in a position where the backstab would have been very effective, but then Global Esports, they were so good in neutralizing the threat, even from screens, even from the backstab region. They completely held their side like a fortress, like an iron fortress. Got their trades perfectly. Kappa with the triple frag, and Havan finally with those consolation kills, just like you mentioned. But 1-9 Crips. This is looking like a stomping Global Esports. It's like they're playing in their home ground.
If their home ground is a cold-hearted piece of barren land, then sure, they're right at home. And they're covering for each other's mistakes as well. It's not an individual effort. We saw how Hellranger made that mistake, but they covered up for it. This time, Eskerosi dashed in the wrong direction. They again covered up for it. This Viper split will enable them to get up close and personal, but Deathmaker is right on the other side of it, and he is waiting for them with open arms. He opens fire the moment he sees a pixel, and Global Esports are instantly a man down. Two men down, actually.
The read from Global Esports was so perfect. And the read on Godlike was so perfect, pardon me for that. Havan pulling off the ultimate right at the start of the round. Deathmaker positioning himself so well. They have no chance but to fall back. But the fact that Havan knew that they're going to be a 5-stack B rush and then countering that with the ultimate, that's brilliant. Look at that shock dart. He's hurt already. White House taking another man down, but SK Ross returning the favor. Rexy takes lightning fast, but eventually this is going to be Godlike. And they start crawling back. 2 for them, 9 for Global Esports. But again, this was because of the Viper ultimate, because of the pit which Havan brought up. Both the rounds which Godlike did win. Sorry to interrupt you over there. Havan's influence was there.
Yeah. So here's the trend that I've noticed so far. Godlike Esports are letting Global Esports in. They don't mind letting them plant. They know they're confident on the retake, but sometimes they just don't pan out the trades in their favor. This time, they got the early pickoffs, and that's why they were able to win, but then it won't happen every time. The only 2 rounds that Godlike Esports have won were because of either Havan's heroics or because of the early picks that Deathmaker got. So they are relying on those opening picks. They kind of need something more than that. Luckily for them, Global Esports don't have too much money right now. There's a shoddy buy on all their teammates, so they might be lacking a weapon or 2 or maybe some utility. But they are still keen on hitting this B side. Eskerosi has the cojones to repeak again, and of course Flex is not going to let him walk away with again. But he gets revived. It's a bait. Doesn't even peek it. They're trying to pre-fire it. Deathmaker has a nice angle from Snowman, is able to spot out Hellranger through the gaps in that fence. But it's still back down to a 5v4. And guess what? The rotations are already here. Flex with even more unorthodox positions. This time climbs up on top of the green box to get the better of him. Luckily, he still has more men positioned over here. And while all of this is happening, Godlike Esports have started pushing up mid. They at least want to make sure that Global Esports don't have a chance of falling back from this area. And they are forced to commit towards the B side. There's only 30 seconds left, and
30
Global
seconds
Esports are
left.
going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if they want to force the players of Godlike off of the site and go for the plant in such a very short amount of time.
True.
Wall comes
They're
through, but the
completely
spike will
finished.
be destroyed. Oh my goodness! Kappa and Lightning Fast double up! How on earth is this even happening? 2 versus 2. Time is running out. They need to go for the plant right now.
10
They might
seconds
just
left.
get pinched. Both the players are coming in from greens. Are they aware about this? They could be aware of the fact that one could be oranges, but that is not the case. Both of them are behind them.
Player standing.
One frag going in the favor of Evan, but he hasn't spotted out White Horse yet. That turret will definitely give away his position, so now they know where they are.
Player standing.
But Lightning Fast still sticking to his guns. Haiwan will finally punish him. The captain stepping up again and again, and it's a 9-3 half for Godlike Esports.
This works. I believe from the position where they were godlike, they did come back. They're starting to adapt to the global esports style of gameplay. And sure, it was a bit late. There is a 6-round lead for global esports, but they are coming back, and it is very evident. I always wondered that why isn't Havan being able to adapt, because he's such a very capable IGL, and he did so. He delivered each of the rounds which Godlike won. His contribution was there. In this round specifically, there was no weapon, but still Global Esports, they really pushed Godlike to the edge. The pinch was there from mid. The pinch was there from the backstab region as well. But finally, the trades got them in their favor. 3-9. Godlike versus Global, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a feeling that Godlike will be able to pull off something even better in the attacking side. Global Esports had a pretty deep playbook, right? They were alternating things every now and then, and they had a lot of things under their belt. They had a lot of strats which they kept on throwing at Godlike again and again, and it took them a while to figure out what's happening, and that's exactly what these teams are famous for. They have deep playbooks. It takes time to figure out what their playbook is like. Now that Godlike is on the attacking side as well, maybe they can pull off a few pages from Global's book as well. Once again, going for a default, we have only one player sneaking in towards A yet, but that's just a fake. The rest of the Godlike Esports players have already made their presence known towards the B side. White Horse gets picked off on A, but that's all right. At least he managed to keep 3 players of Global Esports anchored on the A side while there's only 2 defenders on B. If Godlike hit this side with everything they've got right now, they will face less men and less resistance.
Yeah, I believe they're going to plant the spike now as well, because that gives them some time to get back to their post-plant positions. I believe Havan, with his lineups as well as coupling up with Killjoy, it can be very difficult for Global to come back and defuse the spike.
Yeah,
Those layers of utilities that you get on Icebox is something which is very clear. Rexy, he was in the right place, but the timing was wrong. SK Rossi takes him down, but eventually the information is there.
no.
Oh my god, Godlike! They fall apart. Global Esports, all of them, the wall goes down and all of them come together. The snake bite, it falls, but even before it falls in the right place, Global, they have it diffused. I can see those faces down. Godlike, you need to have your chin up.
But can you imagine the look of horror on Deathmaker's face? The moment that Toxin Wall went down, surprise, there's 3 people on your screens. There's no way you can get any of those kills.
Yeah, true. And also he was paranoid for someone coming in from behind, right? Rexy went down. So he was responsible for so many different angles, and then suddenly the wall goes down and 3 players in front. Yeah. Global Esports. At a time, we felt like, okay, Godlike got an easy entry into site. And you mentioned it just now, that they're allowing them to enter onto site, but they're so confident of the retake. We saw that from Global Esports as well. So that is yet another page in their playbook.
Yeah, that's kind of a similarity between both the teams. Like, they are confident in their retakes, but it's just that Godlike was not able to make those retakes work. Grexy really keen on picking up that frag, but overextending will get him into the crosshairs of Lightning Fast. Here comes Skills, and somehow he's all the way down towards mid, getting kills on A as well. So now Global Esports are all over the place. They have so much mid control that they can split up the forces of Godlike Esports, and there is no trading potential. Flex will be taken down without any efforts whatsoever. It is just down to Deathmaker. He is one of the sharpest aimers, but it's going to take a Herculean effort to make this one work.
He had the Sheriff, but Skills had the Spectre. 1 bullet. not as much as 4 or 5. Global esports are really starting to shine, even on defense. Godlike not yet picking up the pace. Losing these 2 rounds were very critical because going 9-3 to a split isn't that bad. But when you lose the pistol rounds on the other half as well, that makes life a bit more difficult. That makes the comeback a bit more difficult.
Yeah. And the fact that global esports are, able to isolate these gunfights is even worse. Like, somehow, Godlike were in there towards the A side, but then global esports came in from undertube, got the picks onto the players, and it's just really terrible how Godlike were not able to get a read on that. This time again, Godlike Esports are trying to go for a split approach. They've already lost a player towards the B side, but that doesn't really discourage them from going forward. Deathmaker gets a double peek along with his teammate Rexy, and they will be able to take care of SK Rossi with that. But Lightning Fast will try to stop them. He doesn't have an angle, so that's alright. He's not going to fight this one. He doesn't want to get traded out by the duo. Gonna put down that Viper Wall, which is going to keep them at bay for now. But while all of this is happening, take a look at the minimap. Heavan and his teammate have already sneaked in towards the A side, and they haven't made a peep. If they do get control of the side, it will be wonderful, but that reveal might just spoil the surprise. No! Heavan takes advantage, takes care of Kappa, but there is one more player right around the corner. C4 isn't there yet. They have yet to bring the spike towards the site, and there's very little time left. If somehow Skills can make this thing a little bit delayed, he will have successfully stopped them. And the swarm grenades are going to get the better of Lightning Fast. That's so bad. He was in a good position, but then they surround him from both the sides. It's now down to Hellranger.
It is now down to Hellranger, and again, the Sova on Godlike is sort of weak already. Rexy finds himself in around 30-40 HP, so that is not a lot. The turret is going to reveal his position, and now they know exactly where he is. They can multi-peek him, but what can Hellranger pull off? Using the Poison Cloud is there. It was just a pick. He gets White Horse, but eventually Rexy is going to shut him down. It was almost there, but Godlike, they win this round on that massive fake which was sold on B side. They lost a player, but they didn't mind. I mean, SK Rossi got that initial pick with the Marshall, but in spite of that,
you can see how Godlike have adapted in this round. Like, they went for a split push in the previous round as well, but then maybe because they didn't have enough weaponry, or maybe because they were not able to trade their frags, Global Esports won that round. But this time when they went for the split push, they grouped up together. Heavan went along with the Killjoy towards A, then Rexy and Deathmaker went towards the B side together, making sure that if anything happens, they will end up, getting those trades nonetheless. So really good adaptation by Godlike Esports to make sure that the trades go in their favor. But this time, SK Rossi gets away with murder yet again. You can't keep letting him do this.
he's been doing this time and time again. Skills taking down White Horse, flurry of utilities everywhere. Rexy being shut down by the swarm grenade. Meanwhile, Hellranger is onto the B side, and suddenly the entirety of Godlike has been shut down. This man holds down any sort of backstep coming in. This man has never really used his utility. Like, I understood a stark difference between Hellranger and Heavan. Heavan used his wall to prevent Global Esports from entering the site, right? But Global Esports wants them to enter site. They're welcoming them with open hands, and with the retake, they're completely burning them down.
Yeah, this time it wasn't even a retake. Like, the moment the moment they put down that barrier orb in order to go for the plant, the swarm grenades were activated, which delayed them even further. The barrier orb was broken down. There were gaps, there were chinks in the armor, and they exploited those chinks in the armor to, perforate through.
True. Again, perfect read from Global Esports. They know that this is going to be a B and a mid aggression, and it is going to be a mid aggression actually, because the Viper has moved up quite a bit, but the wall is going to deny him some sort of information. But again, you look at the minimap, players are again starting to hit A this time around, but 3 players from Global Esports are again placed position perfectly.
Yeah, they might be walking into a trap over here. Both Sovas exchanging intelligently. A drone on one side, recon dot on the other. He spots out 3 players. The jig is up. The jig is up. they know that Godlike Esports are going to go for the A push now. The only thing they need to be worried about is the mid players. And who's on mid?
Yeah.
It's Heavan. He gets a kill, but Kappa will be able to get the better of him. So now that they have mid under their control as well, what do Godlike do? There's only 30 seconds left. They don't have a lot of time. They need to commit to one of these sites.
30 seconds left.
Will that be
Yeah.
enough, though?
I believe it is because Global Esports, they have that player on Jet who is still positioned for a backstab. The Hunter's Fury comes out to clear out the obvious angles. Does not tag a lot, but Rexy himself is at 8 HP. Deathmaker is down as well. This is going to be so difficult. The clock is ticking. 13, 12. The seconds are running out. They don't have much time. 2v4 already. And on top of that, this is going to be a lockdown. Eventually, it is Global Esports who win. But again, this was a really good game. This was proper T1 Valorant trips, and I believe that the audience who is watching and also the teams who are not as experienced as these teams, they got to learn so much from both Global Esports and Godlike.
Yeah, Global Esports really good with their trades this time. I guess that's the only factor that was working better for them. Godlike did try to come back, on the rounds where their trades were available, they were able to win. But then every time it came down to Heavan and Heroics, and I felt like they were relying a bit too much on him because he was getting them picks every now and then. He was able to, if not get picks, he was at least able to gather map control for them. Sometimes when Heavan was on the attacking side, he was able to sneak in towards the B side all by himself, and his teammates were making all that ruckus on A. I mean, the eventual plan was to regroup, or if not regroup, at least have one of those players go in for a backstab or get into those flanks. But before the flanks came through, before they could regroup, most of the players had already fallen apart. And by that time, there really wasn't much of Godlike left to actually initiate or go forward with the entire plan that they had, had planned out initially. Global Esports, on the other hand, I have to give a lot of credit to Hellranger and his creativity. Uh, while they were on the attacking side, they were able to somehow lure Heavan out of his comfort zones. I mean, the Viper is not the most versatile controller, right? I mean, once you commit your lines, you can't take them back out. So Hellranger was kind of luring Heavan into a trap. He was luring the star players of Godlike into a trap, and they don't mind getting revealed by Rexy and his recon dots. I mean, sometimes they deliberately got revealed and used that misinformation, played with their minds. So really good job by Global Esports over there. I feel like they were able to win because Icebox happens to be their home turf. Although if these teams face each other again in a best of 3, the result might be different. I could be wrong though. Let's see what happens.
True again. We're going to move on to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. There is so much that I want to see again. And which are the moments specifically for you, Crips, which stood out? What do you think was one of the stars of this entire 10-man show? This was proper Tier 1 Valorant, right? Proper T1 Indian Valorant. And who do you think was the most influential out of all?
In my opinion, I will still give Heavan all the credit. He, in my opinion, was the MVP for his team, even though he didn't get too many rounds. But I can't point a finger on Global Esports. Like, I can't point my finger at one particular player who was stepping up for them again and again. I mean, we always say that SK Rossi is the star player, but this time it was like a team effort. More often than not, it was Hellranger who was able to see what Heavan is doing. Just like this time, like, he knows what the Viper playstyle is, and he was the smarter player today. But he will get a chance to come back later on. Heavan will have a chance to redeem himself. Other than that, Global Esports were able to cover up for each other's mistakes every now and then, right? Like, sooner or later, we will see Heavan picking up 3 frags in a row, and that's one of the most standout moments for me. But every time Global Esports went into the site, they had each other's backs, and they were trading so well. Even if they made mistakes, it's okay. We saw that one round where Hellranger was, whipping shots on Kitchen, even though he had a good backstab, but his teammates made up for it. Kappa stepped up in that round when Hellranger failed. In one of these rounds, we will also see SK Rossi make a wrong dash. Again, Kappa will step up. So I also have to give a lot of credit to Kappa because he was just such a solid anger in those post-plant positions.
Yes, and there's a round that you're talking about. Hell Ranger could not really convert that backstab, but it's fine as Rossi gets straight out. But this is where Kappa really steps up, right? Skills goes down as well, but
Yeah.
that does not matter. Kappa is going to clutch it. He is going to take his sweet time in the world. He knows that it is on White Horse's court, that he needs to go to the spike and defuse it. Yep, before that, he's going to take him down.
Yeah, and that too on 18 HP. So that's a very commendable job. Like he was in a position where White Horse could have taken him down, but then he took cover of the zipline tower halfway up, neither up nor below. So he had no line of sight onto him. And White Horse even made sure that he deploys the turret to kill Kappa as soon as he picked out. But
30
this
seconds
moment
left.
where Hevan got that triple kill is one of the moments where, Godlike Esports was able to get their first round. So it was Hevan stepping up for his team again and again, and that's why Godlike were able to do whatever they could. But how much can you rely on one man? It is a team game at the end of the day.
Yep, sure. But again, I feel like it was definitely the individual players who were stepping up from global esports. But again, Godlike in terms of tactics as well. Do you think global esports completely outshined them because their playbooks were much deeper than Godlike, especially from what we got to see in this map? Because every round they were trying to do something different, and Godlike was yet to figure out what's happening. And by the time they figured out, a few frags were already going in, and they were in a position to lose a round already.
Yeah, I feel like Godlike was playing catch up because global esports do A on one round, then B on the other, and C. I'm not referring to A and B as bomb sites over here. No, I'm referring to like strats over here. They
Yeah.
keep changing things every now and then, and by the time Godlike could catch up, global esports had already executed whatever they wanted. While Godlike was on the attacking side, they spread out quite a lot. Their defaults were decent enough, but I feel like if they relied on their defaults too much, they weren't able to, you know, all of it together into one cohesive unit.
Yeah.
I kind of have a feeling that their defaults were also could have been good, but then the initial plan that they had in mind did not come through after they made first contact with global esports. And it's a standard rule. It's a standard rule of war. I think some character in Call of Duty, not Captain Price, some character in Call of Duty might have said this: no plan survives first contact. And I guess that's what applies over here. Uh,
Might be Ghost.
might be
Our
close. I don't know.
production guy always queuing in with important information. Now, honestly, it is going to be very important for global esports to have a good run in the lower bracket. Now, sorry,
No,
Godlike
Godlike,
esports.
yeah.
Pardon me for that. Pardon me for that. Godlike esports to have a good run in the lower bracket. I hope that we get to see these two teams again. We have good teams in the lower bracket already. Team T69 is there. Again, we have another big battle coming up. That's going to be Samurai Esports versus Union Gaming. But
Nice.
it is going to be interesting for us to find out which teams really go on to the finals from the lower bracket, because again, only one team is going to come in from the lower bracket and one team is going to come in from the upper bracket. Again, Godlike Esports might be facing Team T69. Just like you mentioned, we might get to see all those rematches yet again. So, yeah, interesting matches coming up.
Yeah, definitely some interesting matches coming up. Samurai versus Union Gaming is going to be pretty important because Union Gaming definitely do not want to go to the lower bracket, but at the same time, they are up against one of the stronger teams in the country. So they have
Yes.
their work cut out for them. I kind of have a feeling that Samurai Esports will win this one, unless, of course, Union Gaming manages to pull off the upset of the tournament. If they do win it, it will be an upset, right? I mean, most people over here
Yeah.
might be supporting Samurai, and I don't want to be the guy who writes them off. But let's be honest, they have a massive mountain to climb. They better have brought their ice picks and hiking boots.
Hmm. Right, absolutely right. And moving on to this game, I feel like just like you mentioned, Samurai Esports have an upper hand. It is also the fact that Union Gaming, so they have seen Samurai Esports play, right? They have
Yeah.
some sort of information on what their playbook looks like. So they have time to, go back to the drawing board and really, counter strat their team. But for Samurai Esports, this is a new team for them. And it will lead to in-game adaptation if they want to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup might be fresh. I mean, they keep having changes every now and then, but the players know each other since a long time. So I feel like they wouldn't be struggling with that so much. And we'll see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere because we are going on a short break. After the break, we will have Samurai Esports versus Union Gaming. GG's to Global Esports for winning one of the tougher matches of the tournament. We hope they have a good run in the upper bracket, and we wish God like the best of luck for the lower bracket. But the next match is going to be Samurai Esports versus Union Gaming. We'll be back after a short break. You guys are watching the Pro Series Valorant tournament brought to you by AORUS and AMD. Hello, ladies and
La-
gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro Series Valorant, brought to you by AORUS and AMT. My name is Crips. We have Salty with me as well, and we just witnessed a wonderful game between Global Esports and Godlike. Up next, we have Samurai Esports versus Union Gaming.
Absolutely. Another big blockbuster, ladies and gentlemen. And again, Samurai Esports, they come in from a position where they're one of the strongest teams in the country, if not the very strong. We've seen Godlike and Global being very tactical. Icebox was the map which is chose. Global came out on top. Godlike going to the lower brackets. What's going to happen in the next one? I mean, the general trend would be pretty much assuming the fact that people are supporting Samurai Esports in the chat, but I'm pretty sure Union Gaming will have something of their own to show for.
Yeah, Union Gaming showed some promising matches yesterday when we saw them. They had
Mhm.
a very solid base of fundamentals, and they are one of the only Sri Lankan teams remaining in the tournament now. So one of the Sri Lanka teams is Gunslingers, and the other Sri Lankan team we have right now is this one, Union Gaming. Thank you, production, for messing me up. But also, we have Samurai Esports, which have already defeated Velocity Gaming in order to get here.
Hmm. True, that is true. Again, Union Gaming, they come in from a victory, so they're already feeling warmed up. And just like I mentioned before the break, I feel like they come in from a position where they must have read a lot about Samurai Esports' gameplay. So they have something to counter strat. While I feel like Samurai Esports, even though they do have a game for Union Game to watch, especially in this tournament itself. But I guess for them, it's going to come in it's going to be about the in-game adaptability for themselves, because they can counter strat just because of the fact they come in from a more experienced background. I feel like they can counter strat Union Gaming in the flow of things. But everything, like all these theory crafting, all this talking, is going to come into practicality when we move on to the draft and the agent selection. Crips, I'm expecting another tactical map. We have seen Icebox, we have seen Ascent, we have seen Bind. What about Haven?
We still haven't seen Haven. Yeah, exactly. That could be a little exciting. I hope we get to see all the maps today.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I hope we don't get to see Ascent again, because Union Gaming have already played it, and I kind of don't want them to play the same map again. Of course, their opponents must have studied it. I don't even know if Samurai Esports will try to study their map, or if they will just focus on their own gameplay. Um, Although I do believe the Samurai is a kind of team that doesn't study into their opponents too much, but focuses on their own, unless it's a very strong team like, let's say, Velocity or Godlike or Global Esports.
Mm-hmm.
Because they will be facing Union Esports for the first time, I believe Samurai Esports might be doing their own thing. And if Union Gaming have done their homework, then they might be able to catch Samurai off guard.
Yeah, we have the draft up front, and I was actually taken aback for a second because it's again Ascent. I believe it's the pick for Union Gaming, but it doesn't matter because Samurai Esports, they are. I hope they are prepared. Sai on the Phoenix does surprise me a little bit because he likes to play the Jet generally, but the Phoenix can really be very helpful, especially in this map, especially in an attacking map like Ascent. I believe that Phoenix is going to be very helpful. We have Wim, Blackhawk, Kali, as well as Ayank on the Killjoy and others. We also have Union Gaming's picks as well. Krebs, what do you think about all of those picks?
Mm, I feel like the Phoenix pick on Sai might be super helpful. Keep in
Mhm.
mind that the previous game of Ascent we watched, that is the second game of today, that team was able to pull off 4 lockdowns in a single half. Now, lockdown is a 7 point ability. The run it back is a 6 point ability. How many times do you think Sai can get that ultimate back online again and again?
Hmm. True. He needs to get a lot of frags for it. He needs to get a lot of assists for it. Ascent. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last game of the day. Samurai Esports. They start things off on defense. Union Gaming, they are on attack. Once again, we have the draft in front of you. Sova, Astra, Phoenix, Jet, KJ, Omen, Sova, Reina, Raze. So the only difference between these two teams is the set of duelists. We have literally all the 4 duelists in the game playing, apart from Yoru. We don't consider Yoru.
Yeah, Yoru is kind of useless in this meta right now. I wonder if he will be viable someday. But for now, Samurai Esports not hesitating to fight them on mid. Two of the players, both Excali and Sai, present and holding on to this area, hoping to get a couple of picks. But so far, nothing really happening for them, as most of Union Gaming have now committed their players towards mid. I think Sai and Excali might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. They both are now trapped into the cubby. Of course, Excali has the luxury of dashing into market if things go wrong, and I believe he will do so, leaving Sai to die as soon as the swarm grenade pops. But Wimp and Blackhawk are trying to shut down the players who were on high mid. In fact, Blackhawk even managed to go all the way around A main, get a backstab in the working as well. So now Union Gaming will be very paranoid, but as they are looking towards the high mid area, Excali pops out of B main and he gets the better of him. So backstabs working in the favor of Team Samurai Esports, but Union Gaming have taken mid control, and in fact they have reached all the way down towards defender spawn. They're trying to go back. This could be disastrous though, because now Samurai Esports have a player just on catwalk, and Blackhawk will tap them in the back of their heads.
I mean, that was disastrous, just like you mentioned. Union Gaming just walked onto the crosshairs of Samurai Esports. They thought that, all right, they might be guarding the sides, so we're going to go back mid and then realize what sort of chances do we have. But eventually, they just fell into their trap. Samurai Esports, they put all their eggs into one basket, and that basket was named mid. Just look at that.
Yeah.
The crossfire between Blackhawk and Excali was perfect. Got those 2 kills and got the round in their bag as well.
Blackhawk has been running around so much. Like, he pushed out A main, gathered the information that these guys are not gonna be on A, got a backstab working, fell back, and while these guys were busy worrying about Blackhawk on high mid, he repositioned himself towards A shot to surprise them again. Really good rotations by that person, but this time Excali overextends and poof, gets the kill onto him. Excali, keep in mind, died all the way at the mouth of A main, so he was indeed trying to push. He will soon discover that Union Gaming have been holding, which kinda has been the name of the game for them. They realize that Samurai Esports are the kind of team that like to push out whenever they see an opportunity. They saw it in the pistol round. That's the kind of information they got, and now Union Gaming are putting it to good use.
Yeah. Both the teams are actually trying to do the same thing, trying to run down the clock and, you know, make their opponent think like, oh my god, they're not pushing. What are they doing? You know, hunt for information. But this is Wimp, and he will open things up. He gets one on Omen. He knows exactly that there is another player over there. The call is clear. I believe there might be a backstab. Reeve gets on to Sai. And look at that. Blackhawk will basically finish off any sort of lurking potential. But now, Union Gaming are falling back. They are trying to hit A at this point. Will they be able to clear out sight? Blackhawk is present. Apart from that, there is no real defense. This is effectively a 1v3. He wouldn't be able to spray them down. Rose clearing things up. There is time for him to plant the spike and get back into positions. But Samurai, they have advanced weaponry. It's gonna happen, Crips.
Yeah, they stole the Spectres that they got from the hands of Sai and Blackhawk. But maybe Samurai Sports can make this work. The only silver lining for them is the fact that all the players at Union Gaming are inside the site. Nobody inside A main.
Oh no.
They might be able to catch a couple of players looking in the wrong direction. Crom, he gets his head taken off by Wimp, but the moment these guys step down, this crossfire on the players of Hell is so strong, but they make it work nonetheless. Wimp and Ion Q peek them at the same time, and they win the duel. They win a 2 versus 3 clutch. But hey, Union Gaming also put up a good round. They got 3 kills, they planted the spike. That's all they wanted from in an eco round. And
Yeah.
one more thing that went, you know, in their favor, which I think is the most important part over here, is the fact that they tested a hypothesis in the first round, and that hypothesis was correct. They were correct about how Samurai Esports like to push every now and then. Yeah, sure, this was just an eco round, but them being proven right, it gives them confidence. It gives them the ability to read into what Samurai Esports is doing, and hopefully they'll use this information more creatively in the buy round.
Yeah, true. I mean, players like Kali and Sai, they love to push in more often than not. Chrome shuts him down. That is a very big investment down already. This can be a very big dent in their economy. Wimp trying to clear out those corners. There's still a player. There's still a player or two who is holding this B lobby region. But others, meanwhile, they are trying to venture out in mid and trying to find an opening.
Yeah, but Samurai Esports, they now realize that Union Gaming have been playing very, very passively. So they will respond in kind by playing passively themselves. That's what happens when two teams play extremely passively. The advantage lies with the defenders. Because Union Gaming is looking for picks and Samurai Esports is not giving them any, they will start to get desperate. They will keep on waiting for picks again and again and again, and eventually they will run out of time. And with only 40 to 30 seconds left on the clock, rushing into a site in such haste can cause errors. Of course, their first point of contact is going to be Blackhawk. The Dark Cover will make sure that Blackhawk cannot be,
30 seconds
doing
left.
anything to shut them down, but he's going to spray through
Oh,
randomly
no.
and still get a kill. But they managed to make most of the players get inside the site, but no, the most important player, the spike carrier, has been killed. Blackhawk, he was just spraying randomly, he gets so much more. Roach lines them both. That could have been disastrous, but Sai is there to rescue them. Okay, let's break that down. Two people
Yeah.
got lucky over there. Both Blackhawk and Roach picked up kills which they were not supposed to. First of all, Blackhawk getting that kill through the smoke, that was bound to happen. There's a very narrow corridor, and if you spray enough bullets, eventually one of those players will line up for you. So it was Krooms who ended up dying. But then Koof got killed, and he happened to be the spike carrier. Now, things would have been very different if the spike carrier actually got onto the site. They might have just started planting, and then Roach also got lucky. So, two of those kills happened which were not supposed to happen, but somehow Sai and his presence of mind was able to save Samurai Esports from another disaster. But it was still a pretty good round. Like, they managed to boil Samurai Esports down to a one-man standing, and now they don't have enough weaponry. They have the open Excali again because Sire saved it from the previous round, but yeah, Blackhawk, barely any weapons. Iron Q, nothing to work with. These guys are gonna have to go for cheap pistols or maybe some SMGs. Union Gaming, on the other hand, still confident with their sheriffs.
I don't even think they're gonna go for SMGs at this point because Anki has a light shield. So I believe two Phantoms and an AWP should do the trick, but we need to find out. This should be a tactical timeout from, I believe, Union Gaming because they're the ones who are struggling at this point. But last round was pretty impressive, honestly. There was too much action happening in Gardens. Blackhawk getting those two important frags. The Dark Tower was there, but him trying to venture out of the Dark Tower and getting the kill onto the Omen was one of the most important kills in that round, I felt. Sure, the spam through the smoke got him a kill, but the second kill onto the Omen did really open things up. And after that, there was backup inside side as well from Heavens, from everywhere else. And of course, the Sai getting the operator kill was just cherry on top of the cake.
These guys are gonna have a lot of cake as we have plenty of kills
no.
going on B main. UG Benjay, he's picked up Excali with a nice sheriff tap to the head. Sai is also looking to challenge it once again, but these guys keep on winning their duels again and again. Even Blackhawk dies towards Catwalk, so they now have two picks on two different sides of the map. What do they do with it? Sai lines two of them up, and oh my goodness, this is looking like a brawl. Alarm bot triggered towards Catwalk area indicates the positions of at least one of these players, but the C4 or the spike is still on B. And it's not in the position where Sai has spotted it. So they don't know where the spike is yet. At least that's one thing working in the favor of Union Gaming. But Ion Q managing to go all the way up towards high mid will shut down so many avenues for Union Gaming. They have no idea that he's already over here. They're trying to creep up mid, but they will be greeted with a nasty surprise very soon. Luckily for them, Ion Q isn't peeking yet, but when he does, he's going to see multiple people. But he holds the trigger. He doesn't fire. He's just going to relay that information to his team. Now, finally, he's going to start firing, and Ion Q gets immediately traded out by Roach. Still, a very doable situation for Samurai Esports, and Sai, holding a very cheeky angle, will surprise Roach.
Yeah. Again, they are getting those initial picks, Union Gaming, but after that, it is one or the other player from Samurai Esports who is just completely shutting them down and, evening things up, right? In one round, it's Sai. In other round, it is someone else. They got those two important frags, but then Sai brought it down to the wire. 3v3 again. Trades going either way. But Samurai Esports already 4-0 at this point. Union Gaming might feel a bit heartbroken if they don't get a few rounds next up. They need to get 1 or 2 rounds now because otherwise the economy is going to be in a complete grave.
Just like this, but 3 people stacked upon Sam. No, the place where Union Gaming decided to hit. A little bit of time to talk about it. Let's see what is going right with Union Gaming. Of the fact that Samurai Esports Esports pushes, there's not much that they can do. They're still losing those duels even after they know what Samurai is doing. So they have the information, but they don't know how to use it properly. This time, Union Gaming fully committing to the B side. Both the dark covers have been deployed. One on market, one towards the CT defender base. That showstopper also not going to do much, but they keep walking into these swarm grenades. Wimp is spraying them down through the smoke as he managed to reveal them with the recon dot. Yeah, that smoke did absolutely nothing to protect them. Complete shutdown.
Oh my god. That was quick. Samurai Esports. I mean, that was Union Gaming knocking on their doors, trying to break it like Daya from CID, but then the opponent was like, no, 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 bro. And they completely shut them down. They owned them inside B, and they were stopped.
I mean, if UG tried to pull off a Daya, Samurai Esports tried to pull off a James Bond. They had a little secret position revealer in the form of the recon dart up there. So even if they smoked off the areas, the moment their positions got revealed, they got sprayed down through the smoke. So how to counter CID? You do it with James Bond. I know it's a very silly analogy, but hey, it works. And Samurai Esports turned the floor into lava on lane 1.
Interesting. Now, is it another tactical pause or is it a tech pause? Now, Union Gaming, things have been working for them, especially in the early stages when they try to take things slow and not go for those brute forcing their way into sight. They've been doing a good job taking those frags onto Excali and completely shutting down that operator. But then they're sort of getting carried away. They are thinking that, all right, this is a 3v5 and we might be able to, you know, brute force our way inside, but that's not happening. Okay, Kali fires Koof and takes him down eventually. Will reposition. Will he find another one?
Okay, I was so afraid that Wimp would just try to stay him down, but oh no! Wimp now regretting not firing through that wall as Chromes gets a nice headshot onto him. Excali tries to return the favor by jumping up. Misses the first shot, but that's alright. He still will be able to stop them from crossing with that operator. Benjay has been taken down. That's the Killjoy down. That means if they manage to get the spike down, they won't be able to put the swarm grenade if they manage to get to the site in the first place. But take a look at this. We have an attacker who's already reached the A heaven area. This could be a massive flank, and this could actually catch Excali off guard. Is he looking in that direction? Yes, he does.
Yes, he is.
Somehow Excali is aware, and he gets the kill onto Reeve, which could have been the flank of the round, which could have been the round-changing, move. But nah, it just did not happen. Chrome also manages to catch a couple of players off guard. He did what Reeve could not. Fancy footwork on the satchels to get inside the site without being traded off. But now he needs to dig deep, and Blackhawk has already dug his grave.
True. I mean, that was a good move from Chromes getting that shot. First onto Wimp and then onto another player, but eventually it was Excali. He wasn't firing since the start of this round, since the start of this map, but this round he showed his potential. He showed why he is one of the most feared duelists in the country.
I feel like Union Gaming are doing a decent enough job of, sneaking into the back lines. Like, every now and then, they put down the deep smoke on mid and try to get to market. They have been fairly successful with that. Somehow, Reeve is able to sneak all the way into A heaven. So, sometimes if they try to sneak, they're able to make it work. But most of the times, it's actually Samurai Esports who play so aggressively that they have the backstabs on them already. So it's kind of like a paradox, what I'm saying over here. Union Gaming, the same thing which works for them sometimes works against them the other time. So they need to be a little more consistent with this.
Take a look at how many ultimates they have. They have all 5 ultimates online, Crips. They do not have a single round, so they might actually use a number of them to get themselves a first round because they need one right now. This is way too one-sided at the most. Again, I know for a fact that Union Gaming are really boiling this down, but Samurai Esports, their composure is definitely a level above Union Gaming at this point. The showstopper comes in, Chromes demolishes. The Hunter's Fury takes another player down. This is going to be Sai, but eventually he's going to get shut down as well. 2v3. Union Gaming have the opening, but Kali is present. He has his operator online, so he might be able to use it. But I wouldn't be surprised if Benji deploys his lockdown as well to ensure them this round, so that nothing really prevents them from getting this round in their bag.
Yeah, if they do use the lockdown, then maybe Soa can use his Hunter's Fury to kill him, but Excali peeks dry out of that smoke. Yep, he's gonna walk straight to his death. No HP remaining on the last player, so he's just gonna save his gun. I mean, Samurai Esports, let's be honest, even though they've been winning these rounds, they have lost a lot of players in these following rounds, right? So it's not like their economy is too healthy. They have enough money to buy in the next round, but not so much that they can afford to let the op go.
Yeah. I mean, it does not matter how much you earn. You need to save always.
So that's
And
something
maybe-
that Warren Buffet will agree with.
Yeah.
He will also tell you to invest in stonks. In this case, Samurai Esports invest in ops, but hey, works the same way.
You're right. But again, Union Gaming finally getting that first round. Now, they still have 3 ultimates for themselves, so they can really make something out of it. And I guess if they get a few rounds for themselves back, Samurai Esports' economy is finally going to trickle down, right? And that is their opening. That is their opening to get few rounds back again and come back into this game. It's still not over for Union Gaming, but they need to be very, very careful.
Yeah, and they need to be extra careful in this round because Samurai Esports have 3 players on mid. They have Wimp on market who can easily rotate towards mid if things go wrong. Excali and Sai also holding very close angle towards mid. Both of them near the walls itself. And now Sai peeks, gets a double kill. That's exactly what I was worried about. Excali hasn't even played his hand yet. And when he finally does, it will be a fist straight into their faces. Another curveball. And that allows Blackhawk to peek out of a shot as well. Benji gets the trade onto Sai, but Blackhawk more than covers up for it.
Wow.
That is the final knockout punch. That's what happens.
You're right.
Samurai Esports first, like in the first 6 rounds, they were just playing their own game. They were just doing their own thing. And Union Gaming was trying to counter them by holding. They were hoping that Samurai would play very aggressively. They were hoping they would overextend, but they were just not getting those opportunities. Now Samurai Esports is like, you know what? You won't read us, we will read you. They post a heavy defense on mid, and Union Gaming had nothing that they could do. Because Union Gaming have been relying on nothing but mid in order to make their things work. Now that Samurai Esports is taking the fight to them, it's gonna be disastrous. But this time, it's a switcheroo. Nobody from Samurai Esports on mid. Most of them gonna be focused heavily on the sites. 3 on B, 2 on A. Is this gonna work? Can Union Gaming actually exploit this? They might have been discouraged by what happened in the previous round, but they have no idea Samurai have gone for a switcheroo. Maybe with Chromes getting the pick every now and then, things might work, but the Molotov will actually force him out of the corner. Excali was in a great position to shut him down, but he used the satchel to get away. Nice way to get away with murder.
Yeah, but again, Samurai, they are 1 man down, which means their defense are going to be a bit thin. There are 2 players. There are 2 players in garden, but Roach does not even peek. I am through the smoke. He has his Astra teammate as well. Blackhawk is positioned well, but there is no defense, no resistance on site. So once they make the move in...
Backstab from Excali. He gets the better of Chromes. He's pushed in so deep that he can actually even stop the spike from getting towards the A side. He decides to not overextend. And the Omen ultimate also gets cancelled courtesy of Ion Q. Nothing is going in the favor of Union Gaming. There's only 20 seconds left and their jig is up. There's nothing that they can do to enter the site. Even if they can somehow miraculously get inside, Blackhawk is going to surprise the hell out of them. Yeah, this is a complete shutdown.
True. This was a complete shutdown. Now, Union Gaming find themselves in a position where maybe their economy is going to suffer. Like, they will have the lost bonuses, but 4,000 creds on one, 2,700 on another. Yeah, Hero Vandal buy on Benji. But I believe he's gonna give it to Chromes because he's been the one who has been really clicking those heads. Or maybe Roach.
I feel like
So they've
Chromes
sold-
has been Chromes and Roach have been getting those entry frags every now and then. I mean, Roach is good with the aim, but then Chromes has been very good at getting a kill and then falling back as well. So that is something that counts. You know, you gotta retain the man advantage. Like that way, in the previous round, he was able to get away from that trap set by Sai and Excali by using the satchels. That was amazing. Oh, Excali on the road to pop off once again.
I mean,
they still
you
wanna
know,
challenge
Crips, Crips, it reminds me of the meme, the floor is lava. Everywhere they go, it's Excali and his operator. They're being shut down everywhere. Roach gets Sai though. This is a 1-for-1 trade, but this is going to be very difficult. Lockdown comes in, and so is the Hunter's Fury. Oh no, Excali misses. He gets Benji.
Ouch.
The quad kill with the knife. The daggers go flying, and he completely shuts them down. The doors are closed, and Union Gaming. That was a kick on the lid of the grave.
Buried them 6 feet under and then spitting on the grave as well. Excali, first pick towards a shot, repositions onto Heaven to add extra effect. Yeah, that kill onto Sai really did not help Union Gaming at all. Neither did the lockdown. And while they were just so busy dodging the Hunter's Fury, Excali shows us what he's made of. He's been itching to use that, Blade Storm since a very long time, and finally he gets to unleash it.
Yeah, I mean, getting those left clicks on the Blaze Storm is so satisfying. I'm pretty sure Excali must be feeling it right now. But again, the match is still not over. Chromes gets Sai. Once
Wait,
again,
what?
Union Gaming.
These guys are already towards market. How did Chrome get here so fast? Did he just catchel in there? That
Yeah,
must
I
have been
feel
the
he just
case.
hacked
And now he even has the showstopper
Oh,
online. That's the
no.
third kill for him. Chrome stepping up heavily for his team. Somebody stop this man because he is on the verge of getting an ace. Single-handedly liberating the beast site. Gets a nice shot to enter. Satchels into market. Gets the better of the players rotating in. And now he's in prime position to go for the ace. Roach not surviving that encounter. But Blackhawk has nothing to lose. I think he's going to attempt this one.
Two players are also pretty much low on health, Crips. Only the Omen is practically healthy in this one. In spite of the fact that Blackhawk does not have any of his stars remaining, I guess if he can isolate these players one by one and take them on, it shouldn't be a very big deal for him to win these duels. He's going to find Raze, but Chromes, he gets the ace. And that is going to be a highlight reel for himself. Sure, Union Gaming didn't have a lot of good moments in this match, but that is going to be one of them. We mentioned how Chromes is the one who is really clearing things out and helping his team get into sight. Yeah, that was a prime example of it.
And I was wrong. He did not even, I'm not sure if he satchelled to get up there or if he was given the liberty to walk all the way up there, but that's one hell of a way to step up for your team. One of the only rounds that Union Gaming has been able to put up, and it's on the back of Chrome's heroics. I've pointed out time and again how Roach has been getting the kills, but Chrome is the one who gets away with murder. And this time, he mass murders everyone. Oh no! Okay. He's still gonna go for the shock darts. I thought he would again go for the spam. It's surprising how Wimp barely ever goes for the wall bangs. We've seen Sova several times how they pick up an Odin and try to go for this one, but okay, maybe he's not comfortable with the Odin, which I agree, it's not the best move.
Oh
but,
no!
Oh,
Wait, what?
leave! I have no idea how we survived that. He wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to. He was
Same here.
definitely not supposed to.
It's fine. I guess Samurai, they have it in the bag already, but Wimp, he knows exactly where Chromes is. Wouldn't allow him get entering on the side. That was a wide peek and he completely shuts him down. Samurai Esports suddenly find themselves in a position where the retake is going to be so difficult. One player in boathouse and takes on Chrome, but there is two more players who will trade for him.
these slow
Switching
executes
sides.
onto the B side have been working for Union Gaming. They realized it a bit too late, but when they did, they exploited the hell out of it. Both the last 2 rounds of Union Gaming came courtesy of slow, bleed out B executes. They make sure that all the Killjoy utility has been expended before they move in. And even when they do move in, they keep on reinvesting their smokes again and again. Like they put down the smokes first using Astra, and then they have her recommitted once again whenever it's available. And it's like a slow bleed. It's like a dagger that stabs you once, but
Oh my
doesn't
god.
get pulled out in time.
Crips is putting a lot of these deadly examples over and over again. But yeah, I mean, we saw one outcome where they tried to brute force their way in and they were completely shut down. So these slow executes are their best bet possible. Samurai Esports, they have a basic setup. Players trying to challenge A, players trying to challenge mid.
The drone being used on B will give them clear indication that nobody from Samurai Esports is indeed present over here. They
Oh.
might even go for the rotates, and Samurai Esports is gonna be in a little bit of trouble as most of the Union Gaming players have now converged upon the A site. The spike has been killed, which
Oh, no.
means the plant will be almost next to impossible. Benji with a double makes things even easier. Most of them huddling outside of heaven. They might just be able to burst out if they decide to challenge this one, but Sai and Excali make things a tiny bit easier. Still, no plant available as Koof goes for the style frags. 360 degree, he turns around, but Sai, how on earth are you able to do this one? How on earth? Again and again. Union Gaming and everything. They had players, all of them, positioned on heaven, ready for you to stop the spike plant. But then they keep jumping out, and Sai from that corner is able to pick them off as they fall down. They fall down to their deaths. And this guy is a god, not just at aim, but also at movement. He clutched that round on less than 30 HP.
I mean, sure, Union Gaming fell onto him one by one, but that guy, we looked at his face cam, he was unbothered. Like, quad kill, what's that? I mean, I do it every day. Again, Excali trying to be aggressive. Union Gaming getting an early frag. Koof spotting another one. Blackhawk's position is going to be revealed. He might actually be pulled in. Okay, so that was a smoke. There you go, Koof getting the shot onto him.
This is so chaotic. Like half of Samurai Esports has already broken into the A side. They've gotten so many kills, but now they have the spike over here. So yeah, this is like all over the place. Samurai Esports, I think that they were just going for kills on the A side, but after getting those kills, they got a little bit overzealous. They tried to get inside, dash in, and maybe gather some control so that their teammates could move into the side and then plant, but they stopped the spike right here and now. And now it's gonna be all up to Koof to hold on to this one. He even puts down the dark cover, but they don't care. Excali and Wimp push right through it. They need to find Reeve now. He's creeping up top mid. They know exactly where his enemies are, but maybe Reeve might outdo himself. He's thinking they might go towards the B set, which is
30
not
seconds
happening.
left.
Yeah.
He won't be able to stop them from planting. It's gonna be a 1v2 post-plant retake situation.
True. He has only a single recon dart available and he has actually made his way in. So he might actually make something out of it. He knows exactly that they are planting it in A. So
Spike planted.
he also knows there is someone in the button area. He needs to clear this one out first.
Yeah, but the crossfire is
no.
too strong.
No. Wimp is looking in the wrong direction and so is Reeve, and Kali is gonna get her a quad kill. That was a quad kill by Sai, now a quad kill by Kali. These two brothers are doing it really stepping up.
So many things went wrong for both the teams over here.
This was so
Not gonna mince
chaotic
my
around,
words.
honestly.
Yeah, it was a very topsy-turvy round. Things were all over the place. First overextension on A. Fine, Samurai Esports got those picks, but yeah, you gotta wait for the spike to come back. And they were waiting for the spike to come back, right? It's just that somehow they were able to get that spike carrier, drop him down. But after that, they failed to defend it. Like, Reeve should have been up there with Coop trying to defend the spike, but he wasn't. And that's what cost them the round.
There is a read from Union Gaming that this is going to be an A execute, but How are they so confident? They do not have a lot of information about it. There is a player that they spotted in B. They have a lot of utilities dumped in the A entrance, but almost nothing onto B. And if this becomes a B execute, I'm not sure if Union Gaming is prepared to. They're even pulling back the stars.
Now they realize what they have just done. Chrome still delivering on the entry frags, but this time he can't get away with murder. He can't take a bite of the cherry twice every time. This time Samurai Esports taking full control of the B site. Yeah, I think this might just be match point for Samurai Esports. Union Gaming really can't do much. They have barely any utility left. Not enough flashes to lure out the common angles, and Samurai Esports are keen on taking up these fights, but Roach walks into the second lane, and no way, this might just be happening. I mean, a 2v3 is still a little difficult, but not impossible. They need to deal with Cyan though, and they will be able to do with him. Ion Q taken down, 2v2, both the players in boathouse. If they play this crossfire well, this might just be possible. 1v2, Blackhawk needs to peek right now, and he will be taken down. They make this happen? How on earth did Union Gaming pull this off? This was nearly impossible. They not only had lack of utility, but they also had a lack of players alive. That initial kill onto Roach is what made this possible. I believe that he must have peeked out of lane 2 to make this happen, but then they isolated the frags. Ion was in a position where nobody was able to back him up. He was supposed to watch the cross and wasn't doing that.
Yeah, pretty chaotic game overall, but Union Gaming, they are actually crawling back. 1 round for them. 3 rounds out of last 5, so they should be feeling good, but do they have enough to carry forward? Ion, he has been dealt quite a lot of damage. The shock dart coupled with the pain shell. Oh my god, look at that Roach. He comes and he walks in to mid and completely butchers down 2 players. An early advantage for Union Gaming at this point. Even the shock darts are doing damage, and Reeve is going to reveal everybody, I believe, when the drone moves in towards entrance. That's going to reveal all their plans, and Chrome's going to peek, but eventually he falls back. The Nova Pulse strikes him, but that's not going to do a lot of damage, honestly. No, Reeve's position being revealed, but that does not matter. Iron has been taken down as well. Roach getting 3rd kill. Now, this is a 1v4 clutch for Samurai Esports. Wim has so much to do, but eventually it's going to be Roach who will get the quad. Brilliant stuff.
Slow and methodical. That's what Union Gaming were doing on the B site. Samurai Esports tried to do the same. Largely unsuccessful. Mostly because of Roach shutting down the mid aggression, so Samurai Esports could not do the mid plus B pinch. They only had the B main area available to them. And when there's only people coming out of B main, it does become a little feasible to defend the B side. Of course, if they did get pinched from market as well, then things would have been different, but Roach stepped up for his team. Those 2 were impact frags.
True. And also the one on Reeve, I felt like that was very important, but now... again, Union Gaming, they have left only a single player at B. Sova is the only one who is guarding any sort of backstab or any sort of rotate coming in. They have a read that this is going to be an A execute. Benjay might actually deploy his lockdown, but no, it is going to be Wimp. He shuts him down with the Sheriff. What's going to happen now? Coop gets a kill onto Ian now. Falls back immediately. Sai.
Spike planted. Oh, this could be bad. Both of these players try to peek in at the same time. The shock darts. Average Jonas lineups to kill anyone who's trying to go for the plant. They are successful. As soon as they broke the door, they flooded the site from heaven and from gardens, both the sides. Samurai Esports were trapped in there. And none of those players were even in post-plant positions. Hell, the plant barely went down. As soon as it hit the ground, so did the bodies of Samurai Esports. The only casualty was Benjay. He was trapped in a very dumb angle anyway. Like, those are the kind of angles that usually a jet player would play because he can get away from there, but not the Killjoy.
Not a Salty can play. Yeah.
Oh my god. Here I am trying to defend your honor, but you shot yourself in the foot. I'm not
Either way,
that.
I mean, you know what, the thing which I liked on Union Gaming was the fact that the read was perfect. They left a player back on B to even prevent a backstab because they know that Samurai Esports has been doing that now and then, but now This is going to be a B again.
No players on mid as well from Samurai Esports. It's like a proper commitment. The shock darts deal a little bit of damage, but so far they've only been tickling them. Maybe the paint shields can do something even more. I mean, the amount of utility being done by Samurai, the amount of being done by Union just indicates how well of a read they have on this one, and Chromes makes things even better. That showstopper could have been disastrous, but it only killed once, so that's better.
Interesting to see that the lockdown, it is going to push a lot of these guys away. Roach gets through the smoke, but Iron will shut him down eventually. 3v3 now, Union Gaming. The retake is going to be difficult, but we've seen them pull off miraculous retakes. One player onto B main. This is going to be a very difficult place when he's cleared out. The lockdown from Benjay is going to come in, but eventually it's going to be Ian who might actually break this down. Blackhawk goes down as well. Benjay takes down Ian. This is only a single player inside side, and eventually he might get taken down by the lockdown as well. Koof will shut him down and really save him from the misery of being detained by the lockdown and then being maybe, pistoled or something else, something worse.
Samurai Esports, the moment they try to go for these one-dimensional plays, Union Gaming know how to react to it. Parallels over here. Samurai Esports, when they were on the defense, they were able to decimate Union Gaming when they tried to go for a B main push. When all 5 players tried to attack over there. Samurai Esports tried to go for something similar when they are on the attack, and Union Gaming returned the favor in the same way. So both the teams have now realized that they can't do vanilla executes. They can't do vanilla 5-man pushes down A main or B main. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. They need a little bit more complexity to it. They need added depths, added layers, and those layers might come in the form of maybe some mid aggression, but this time Samurai Esports once again not doing any of that. Still committing all their men on A main. Now they have 2 defenders over here, but Sai, he's got the run it back prepared. He's going to use that to clear out a little bit of room, maybe even get a kill or 2. Even if Sai doesn't get the kill, Excali will be able to do that, but Roach is still holding strong from that position, and he's been so instrumental in his team's success. The boombot kill was not supposed to happen. I never saw it coming. Man, maybe this drone tagging up a couple of people might make the wall banks possible as well. It does get broken down before anyone gets revealed. The paranoia doesn't blind Blackhawk, so he's still gonna have his eyes open, but now he can't get into a good post-plant position. And Sai be covered by the dark cover. He's not gonna be able to help out Blackhawk as they both get traded out. Nice stuff by Union Gaming. They realize what they need to do to break open the crossfire set up by Samurai Esports. First of all, they don't even let them get into the site. That's a big story in itself. But after they do go for the spike plant, Union Gaming know which angles that Samurai Esports are going to be holding, and they put down the utility specifically to push the players out of places where they can back each other up.
Yeah. I believe that Union Gaming have a very good chance of winning this as long as they can completely shut down this aggression. Once again, credits to Roach. And again, a mid aggression was very much prevalent in Samurai Esports. They were doing it quite often. But then as soon as Roach shut down both Sai as well as Kali down mid, they've stopped doing that. And this is one of the reasons why I guess Union Gaming has been winning a lot of these rounds, because those Ballant pushes that they have been trying to brute force their way into side, those are not working. But Kali, he actually works things up. Chromes as well as Kali, they're gonna trade each other. That was a bit awkward because the Pain Chill and the Blade Storms were there. But this is a proper 4v4 now. Union Gaming, they have a tough job because they have only a KJ here in A, and 3 of the attackers are perched up. They might have heard the footstep.
No, they're using all the to make sure that they can't get in on time, and Sai overextends while he's vulnerable. Benjay shuts him down. Again, a vanilla execute, but this time there's a little bit something different. We have Blackhawk who's coming in from a shot, and now he goes towards mid. He might just run into the Sova on mid, and if he wins that duel, there could be a nice backstab being set up by Samurai Esports. The spike will be planted, but somehow Blackhawk needs to make this backstab work. He's not able to do so, so he's gonna have to go up against Benjay. But if he doesn't win this duel, then he's gonna be the most irrelevant player in the round, and he's not gonna check the angle. Benjay will get the better of him. Reeve jumps up. What a brave push! Union Gaming are making it work. How is Samurai not able to crack this defense? I have no idea. They keep going for the A executes again and again, and Union Gaming are more than comfortable with it. They give up map control to Samurai Esports, but they make sure that they at least retain the man advantage.
The retakes are so beautiful trips to watch. I mean, the way they're pairing up the utilities, the layers of utilities that come in for the retake. And also Union Gaming are very much aware of the fact where the backstabs are going to come from, where the lurks are going to come from, and they position themselves specifically to take those particular players out of the equation. So brilliant stuff from Union Gaming, complete obliteration. But I feel like this is when Samurai Esports really need to step up, because they need to figure out a way to kind of bring some other dynamic into it. Maybe mid-aggression yet again.
I don't know about mid-aggression, but this time they're going for the split push. They are not committing their players towards one side anymore. They have 3 outside of B, 2 outside of A. I believe that's going to be Excali and the Sova that are trying to head up on A main. Wimp over here. Probably gonna put down a recon dart to enable Excali to get a kill, but even if that doesn't happen, it's okay, because the other 3 players are Samurai now starting to work up catwalk. It's not gonna be a vanilla execute anymore, and look at how scared Union Gaming is. I feel like Samurai Esports have been conditioning them with these 5-man pushes, and that's why Union Gaming are playing really passively. And look at where their players are. They have the Rays in defender spawn. They have 3 players in gardens. They are fully expecting this A long push, but it's not going to come through, at least not yet. But they need to get some sort of confirmation, and now the From the Shadows will be committed. That is the Omen going towards B main, not spotting anyone, acting as one big expensive recon dart, but he gets the information he needed. They know that Samurai Esports are now gonna hit the A side, and then with only 30 seconds left, they can do everything in their power to delay them. Very cool angle held by Roach, but Blackhawk will be able to deal with it. But Coop from Generator is so good. He is instrumental in the success, and Chrome with a murder yet again. Union Gaming on the verge of tying things up with Samurai Esports. I never expected this to happen. Samurai Esports had such a dominant lead in the first half, but now they seem to have fallen flat. The tire has been punctured and the car has stopped rolling. So close to the finish line. They need one little push.
Yes, one little push, just like you mentioned, but will that be coming in though?
It'd be difficult. At this point, Samurai Esports, it's not even like they went for one of those 5-man pushes, right? They spread out first. Spreading out didn't give them anything. Union Gaming did not reveal even a pixel on mid. Nothing that Samurai Esports could pick off. In the end, they had no choice but to group up towards A main and A short and hopefully make this execute work. But by that time, the time was already out, and they had only 30 seconds left. This time, again, Union Gaming have a good read as to what Samurai Esports is doing, and that lockdown is just going to delay them even further. All they're doing is buying time. That's literally it. But now, as soon as the lockdown pops, Samurai Esports are going to burst into the site. They somehow make it to lane 1. Spike will be planted, and it's a 5v5 retake. At this point, all the utilities of Union Gaming are going to be useless, and they don't even have a lot of ultimates to make sure that they hold them back. The Cosmic Divide is going to make things even more difficult. Oh, and these guys are struggling to come past it, but Roach and Coop deliver their frags. They're hitting their shots, and again, how? How is Union Gaming so good at this? Samurai Esports had everything going in their favor. They had the Cosmic Divide, they had the crossfires, they had the people in decent positions as well, but Union Gaming hit their shots. No!
If Samurai Esports is a T1 team, Crips, Union Gaming, they have a PhD in retaking sites. They have so much read onto Samurai Esports, where exactly they're going to place themselves in those close span positions. This is absolutely insane. It's like they're playing with 5 Sovas. It's like they're playing replication mode at this point. So much intel, so much knowledge.
What do you mean? It's a funny way to explain it, but you know what? I will have to agree to it. 5 points for Gryffindor. 5 so. Kuch bhi matlab. Chalo, theek hai. It's okay. It works. You're right. They have a lot of information. I don't agree with the 5 Sova thing, but you're right. They have an information, and they have a very good read as to what Samurai Esports is doing. This time, though, Excali is on a little crusade. He has to sell the fake towards the A side as well as possible, because most of his team is still hell-bent on going towards B. Can Excali sneak in? He either needs to sell a fake or work in some sort of a backstab, some sort of a lurk. So far, he hasn't been detected. He's gotten into winery. Now, this might just be big, but can it be colossal? Because that's the amount of effort Excali needs to put in order to create an opening for his team. Because Union Gaming are not giving them any openers. Look at how passively they're playing. They're holding the angles and they know what Samurai Esports is going to do, and nothing is working. They've even got the ultimate ready and they blow up Sai. Oh, this is all falling apart. This is all falling apart. Imagine coming back from a 9-3 deficit on the verge of a match point to cause the biggest upset of the tournament. Samurai Esports need to
30
dig
seconds left.
deep. They need to dig themselves out of this grave that Union Gaming have dug for them. And it seems like they're going only deeper and deeper, and they're conceding this round. They're falling back. Samurai Esports have given up. They know they can't do with this one. They're gonna save their guns and hope that they can force this
10
game into
seconds left.
overtime. Union Gaming have just done the impossible. They're on the edge of success. They can almost taste it. It's on their plate. They have the spoons in their hand, and they are just so desperate to
Yeah.
dig into it.
Oh no!
and
No!
eat
Oh
it.
no! Oh.
And
I even thought that.
at least they didn't lose the guns. At least they
Yeah.
didn't lose the guns. At least they walk away with 2 weapons, right? So Samurai Esports have something to work with. Oh, but this is so
This
difficult.
this is amazing. This is amazing stuff for Union Gaming. Honestly, that comeback, mounting that comeback I mentioned, it was sort of impossible. But you said that that can be done. And they've done it. Look at how many rounds they've won on a trot. That timeline looks insane. And this is some sort of a psychology where if you win a lot and then you lose a lot on a trot, all your wins are neutralized and you feel in a position where you are in a mental slum. Look at that. Reef even has us Odin's equipped. What are they
They're
doing
just
right
so
now? They are
They're
gonna
just they're so desperate. They pull out the audience. They pull out everything they have. Cause this upset, but Excali he's inside the site, deep in there in hell. Now he just needs to stay there. Keep in mind, this
Yeah.
is not where his team is going. His team is still positioned outside of B. Sai gotten into the boathouse area with that run it back. So Excali now becomes the lurk player. He needs to make sure that he can get this done. But his teammates are losing their lives. Excali got taken down by Benjay. Sai, the run it back was useless. All of it is falling apart. They are 2 kills away from causing that upset. IonQ with only 1 kill somehow brings it back. But can he make this work? This is so stressful. My anxiety is at an all-time high. The
2 lockdowns, Chris. This is going to go even better. This Fury comes out to destroy one of them, and it will eventually. Will he get a kill? Not as of yet. 3-2. The spike isn't yet planted. The drone is going to reveal the position, and I guess that is the final piece of utility they want. This is the final jigsaw puzzle, which needs to be solved. One player gets dinged, spam through the water box. Roach gets iron.
No!
Final lane in the coffin. Union Gaming, they get the victory for themselves. This is absolutely insane. Samurai Esports have been crushed. This is a choke slam. This is Undertaker coming back from the grave. This is the biggest comeback that you would ever witness, ladies and gentlemen. This is a showstopper.
Union Gaming have pulled off the upset of the tournament. How did they even manage that? How did they even manage that? I'm just gonna have a moment of silence to let you look at the reactions of the players of Union
Samurai
Gaming.
Esports. They've
Enemy remaining.
They've all left. Union Gaming, they're all smiles. Man, despair at one side and joy on the other side. This is the beauty of sports. This is the beauty of esports, honestly. This is what we live for, Crips. This game was proper Valorant. Oh my god, I'm having goosebumps right now.
Oh yeah. I wish you could see that. Like I had to stand up for them. I don't have a hat, but I would have taken it off if I had it. Union Gaming pulling off a victory against Samurai Esports after being 9-3 down, holding everything like a fortress. They read Samurai Esports like an open book. In fact, to some extent, they were able to write their own story. I would have never expected in a million years to Samurai to lose this. Keep in mind that Samurai Esports, they've defeated big names to get here. They've defeated Velocity Gaming, but Union Gaming pull off even something better. I have got to respect this team. This team has got my attention. They've got everyone's attention. The way they were able to read Samurai Esports is so good. Like Samurai Esports at one time, they were trying everything, right? They tried
Hmm.
5-man A rushes, 5-man B rushes, split pushes towards B, mid control. Still nothing happened. Excali was in lurking position so many times, but none of the times was that lurk successful. And his teammates kept on dying. Even if Excali was able to get into good positions, his teammates just couldn't follow up on the back of it. At one point, confidence turns into stress, turns into despair, turns into an upset, turns into disappointment. I have no words.
Sure.
I have no words for Union Gaming. These guys, take a bow.
Take a bow, of course, Union Gaming. But for the ladies and gentlemen, you guys, you watch the highlights and enjoy. This is going to be one game that might go down in history. But again, the highlights on your screens right now. And you mentioned it rightly, Crips. There were moments where Union Gaming, they wrote the stories. They pressed Samurai Esports to do things which they aren't comfortable. At a point, I felt like you were right. I felt like Samurai Esports was conditioning Union Gaming for those 5-man pushes into sight, but then those were shut down. But sometimes I even feel that Roach getting those very important double frag onto mid made them believe that there is a player who is a titan and is going to defend the mid area like a fortress. You can't breach onto that. So their best bet is going to just brute force their way into sight, and even that was shut down. It was not just Roach, it was everybody. It was the entirety of Union Gaming. Chromes, Roach, and everybody else who pulled off this magical victory. I'm pretty sure Union Gaming, they will be remembering this victory for a long time to come.
Before the last round began, Roach had 27 kills. The second highest fragger on the server was at 19 kills. I mean, both the players of the top fragger of Samurai Esports and the second top fragger of Union Gaming were both at 19. Roach was a league above everyone else. But even though Roach was getting all the kills and he was, carrying his team, one cannot forget the fact that Chrome is the one who maintained that man advantage after these guys got it. Several crispy deagle shots, several upsets that Union Gaming pulled off. And that too in a situation where everything seemed bleak. Samurai Esports were having an uncontested lead. They were leading 5-0, which will turn into 9-3 eventually, as you will see in the highlights. And Samurai Esports had everything going well for them, but then maybe they started to get a little overconfident in the second half when they started to go for those 5-man rushes, and when they realized that's not gonna work, I mentioned that maybe Samurai Esports is conditioning them into believing that there's only going to be 5-man rushes. But Union Gaming were quick to realize that, okay, this is something that they do. They rush, as 5-man at one place, and they do it multiple times, make Union Gaming believe that this is exactly what they're going to keep on doing. This is what they will keep on doing. But then later on, Samurai Esports went for the switcheroo. But here's the best part. Union Gaming caught onto that switcheroo. They figured out what their tricks are.
The best part was that Union Gaming, they had to work across so many eco rounds to get back in this game. It's almost insane. But again, like we mentioned how it was 9-3, and in the pistol rounds as well, Samurai Esports got them. After that, working across ecos, Chrome's coming in, getting the ace, starting the comeback, starting the mount was absolutely insane. And I mean, I realize that we have been talking a lot about Roach and Chromes, but the way Benjay, the way Koof, the way Reeve had been holding angles, Crips, it wouldn't have been possible without those players, because Union Gaming, they were spread out across the entire map. And without these anchor players holding their position, Roach and Chromes would have never been able to go complete ballsy throughout the map and get themselves kills and all the frags.
Yeah, Chrome got that ace to get them a couple of runs on the board. But here's the best part. Samurai did not just have a good 9-3 lead, but they also won the first 2 rounds of the second half, extending that lead to 11-3. You know where they went wrong? It was this part. They lost so many guns in this round that Union Gaming had enough money in the bank next time to make this work. And again, this 3v4 retake kind of indicates, see how Roach is able to cheekily get that kill without getting punished. And once they've dealt with Excali, dealing with the other players becomes slightly easier.
Yeah, true. Again, we talked about how this retake shouldn't have happened, but then Union Gaming pulled off a really big, wonderful, really wonder. Then Roach with a double kill again. This was a triple kill round where he completely shut down the mid aggression and even got himself a fourth. So these things really force Samurai Esports to get onto sites like barge onto sites, but those things didn't work out at all. Frags being exchanged, but in the end it was always Union Gaming. This was the phase where Union Gaming really outclassed Samurai Esports with their retake. The way they used up utilities, the way they used up doors, the way they used up different avenues to end the side, Samurai Esports could not battle them. And of course, Chrome's, the rockets, the Hunter's Fury, everything was there and everything was connecting. It was, I mean, to be honest, Crips, Union Gaming did pull off one of the biggest miracles, but this game was truly entertaining. This is esports and it's victory. This is a victory for Valorant.
Yeah, this esports entertainment, to be honest. And at one point, you saw how Samurai Esports were getting desperate, right? This flank that was caught on by Benji onto Blackhawk. These kind of flanks that Samurai Esports were trying to go for when they realized that their brute force aggression is not working out. But by the time they tried to go for those flanks, Union Gaming had already figured out where they would go, and they identified the win conditions. They held on to it, and once the scores were tied, at this point, Union Gaming just fell right back. They played the most passive game of Valorant ever. They did not give Samurai Esports even an inch to work with. Samurai Esports were just roaming around trying to get picks here and there. But what happens when you don't get picks? You run out of time. What happens when you run out of time? You get desperate. And I don't even need to tell you what happens when you get desperate. You start making those mistakes, the silly mistakes, which end up costing you rounds. And this is the moment of victory. I wish we could have the player reactions over here, because the way Union Gaming players smiled at the end, it was so wholesome. It warms my heart.
One enemy remaining.
True. We all saw that Samurai Esports, they couldn't really bear the pain of defeat. They they fought hard, honestly, in the initial stage of the match. They fought hard, but Union Gaming, kudos to you guys. I mean, I'm just awestruck of what we just witnessed, Crips. But now that Union Gaming did win, they set up themselves a tougher task. Now they're gonna go up and face global esports. Union Gaming, you seem to be climbing the stairs of Indian Valorant, huh?
Yeah. That's what happens when you win against a team of Samurai's caliber. You indicate to the world that you are ready for a higher form of warfare. You're about to take on a tougher team, Global Esports. Now, Union Gaming must have done their homework against Samurai, but can they do it against Global? They've just started to attract the attention, and now they have the attention of one of the toughest teams in the circuit. If they can prove themselves against Global Esports as well, they don't even need to win. I think they're already the people's champion. They don't
Yeah.
even need to win against Global Esports. They just need to make a deep run. And if they do that, they will find themselves probably in the hearts of every other Indian Valorant fan. Doesn't matter if they go down to the lower bracket or if they win the whole tournament, but they have already made us all proud. This is
True.
a this is a good day. This is a memorable match that I probably will not forget for a very long time.
Absolutely. Again, if we talk about the lower brackets, so we have few important teams over there. We have Godlike, who set up their match against Team T69. We have Beyond Infinity, of course.
No,
We have
sorry,
Samurai
Godlike is
Esports.
sorry. Just to correct you, Godlike is not up against D69. Godlike is against
Okay, yeah.
Gunslingers.
Mhm. No, I mean, basically, what I'm talking about is that we have few important teams in the lower brackets. So the lower brackets are going to be very interesting at this point. Samurai Esports, Godlike Esports, Team T69, Beyond Infinity, Weird Esports, all these good teams that have shown us performances, good performances, in fact, are now going to be fighting for survival. Best of threes are going to be coming to you, ladies and gentlemen, in a few days. And I'm just excited to move on from best of ones to best of three.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in today to the Valorant Pro Series brought to you by AORUS and AMD. The brackets are in front of you. You can already see how this tournament is shaping up to be. We've seen some amazing matches. We've seen some one-sided affairs, and at the same time, we've seen some cool overtime games, and now we
Yeah.
have also seen an upset. We've seen pretty much everything under the sun, and I think we will keep on exploring more and more new things as we progress further into the tournament. What a journey this has been. This whole day has been like super, super entertaining. And I'm pretty sure that this is not the last of it. You will be seeing us again tomorrow. And we will be having some more interesting matches as well. Before we tune out, though, I would like to remind you that you can still go ahead and participate in that trivia, stand a chance to win 2,700 USD worth of Valorant points. And of course, I mean, you have, I mean, other than the Valorant points, you always have the entertainment of watching these matches as well. So from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank each and every one of you who tuned in today to the stream. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow. My name is Crips. With me was Salty, and we will see you again next time.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Still in sight. Enemy blocking sight. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.